It's obviously this a fight that I don't know, necessarily anybody was expecting to see or was calling for or anything like that. So I guess what was your thought when this was the fight that was announced?
I don't know. Like, I thought about it because I know he haven't fought in a while. Now, like, I'll go ahead and take it. I mean, we were supposed to fight a couple years back anyways, and I remember specifically that fight because flying to Japan, I was on a plane. I didn't have an opponent.
That's crazy. When it was brought up, any part of you say, are we doing it at heavyweight? Can we stay there?
Nah, man. You know, as much as I like dipped and dabbed in the heavyweight division and whatnot, it's not for me.
So for sure, light heavyweight moving forward?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Did it require any changes? I know you just kind of dabbled there briefly and you had the miss, but did it require any changes for you to kind of get ready? It looked like you were working on your cardio a lot this camp around.
Definitely. It didn't require a lot, but I mean, with the heavyweight division, like they hit hard. They hit hard. But also, too, like some of the shots I give the heavyweights, a lot of the 205-pounders won't be able to take it.
Nice. In preparing, I mean, is there any sense in going back and watching a fight from 8 years ago, or is it just completely pointless?
It's pretty much pointless. You know, people change, fighters change, and, you know, your style change over time. So, you know, me fighting 8 years ago is completely different than me now. So.
Nice. Is it still, I mean, Shogun's a legend, right? I mean, is it still kind of, I mean, you've done it before, and obviously, man, you've been around the game for a long time, but is it still special to fight a guy like that?
Definitely. I mean, like I told people before, like, you know, I was a Shogun fan before I started fighting. You know, my first fights watching Shogun back in Pride and stuff, and, you know, now to fight him one time, beat him, and, you know, to do it again is going to be like, yeah, it's going to be a staple.
Nice. Last thing for me, any part of you consider like bringing walking in with a skateboard or something like that?
Man, you know, what's crazy about that clip was I watched that like 8 times and I did not know what's going on. But I might think about kind of skating my way in there.
Ovince, to your left. It sounds like this might be Shogun's final fight. I know he wanted to do it in Brazil, where this card was kind of rumored to be originally. What does it kind of mean to you as you kind of expressed your admiration for him to potentially be that final opponent for him?
He said, okay, say that again. I'm trying to think.
It sounds like this might be Shogun's final fight. I know this was originally talked about maybe being in Brazil, this card. I know you just expressed kind of your admiration for him and said beating him again would be a staple. So to be his final opponent potentially, what does that mean to you?
I guess it sucks for him. I mean, I understand you want to go out on top or whatnot, but at the end of the day, it's just like I'm trying to make another statement, and I don't think anybody that ever fought Shogun made a statement back to back like that, and that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm gonna do.
You go in with the mindset like I want to one up that previous performance. It was almost flawless the last time. So is there a way to one up it?
It can always be better. It can always be better. Yeah.
Over here, OSB. You'd said that the heavyweight division, you kind of realized it's not for you. I just wondered for you personally, like, how did you feel like your own body performed with the extra size and that sort of thing?
Are you talking about the heavyweight division?
Yeah.
It's different when I've been fighting at 205 for so long than after you go up there. Like, sometimes you can train at that weight, but it's different, like, actually fighting at that weight, you know. I can feel good training at that weight, but when somebody else is pretty much, you know, your size and a lot of times bigger than you are, it becomes a lot different just because over time, like, you can move a 205-pounder, you can move them around, like, pretty much easily. But, you know, 20, 30 pounds, that makes a big difference, especially when you walk around. Like, I think when I fought, you know, Ben, I was like 238, and the next day, he was what, 270, 280? That's a lot of difference. I mean, even if you watch the fight between, you know, Israel and Jan, like, that was a 20-pound difference, and that made a big difference. So people don't realize, like, pounds goes a long way.
Did you personally, did you feel your body carrying that extra weight? Like, did you?
Oh yeah. Like, it's different when you try to move somebody and be like, okay, there's a lot of mass.
One was like 34 seconds.
I know how to do. Like, even the first time I fought him, it was on 8 days' notice. You know, I got moved up to the main event, and, you know, I was like, you know what? He's coming. I'm going down to Brazil. I got nothing to lose, and I had all the Brazilian fans on my back. So I went out there and made the crowd extremely quiet.
And then I wonder, just you were being asked about it, and you said sucks for him, the fact that this might be his retirement fight and he's doing it against you. It almost feels like there's like a hesitance or a reticence about like, I don't know how to phrase it, but like sending a legend like this out at a bad moment.
It's crazy because the first time I fought him, and I think I was the first guy to actually ever put him away in that fashion. And I was thinking to myself, like, man, he's a legend in the sport. But at the end of the day, just like, we're competitors and whatnot.
That's right, but obviously the card, the main event, I think.
View card. I mean, if you line up within the pay-per-view card, how many guys topped off at bonuses or whatnot? I'm one of the lower tier guys with bonuses and stuff, and I felt like I did pretty good with bonuses in my career. So it's this card right here, just looking at it, I'm like, man, it's going to be pretty hard for me to get a bonus, but I'm going to try to work on it.
Hi, Ovince, over here to your left. Being a former heavyweight, what advice would you have to give to Jon Jones as he makes a jump up to heavyweight and potentially challenges for the interim title against Stipe?
When you're that big, the way you think you're going to move is not going to be that of. Especially like, I think it's different. You can feel like that in practice, but it's the body operates in a high stress situation, which, somebody's trying to clean your clock off. So, and it's different too. It's like those guys are used to moving around that way. They've been in that weight class for a while. Like, I did it playing football, and I remember doing it playing football. It hurt, keeping my weight up that much playing football. And, with mixed martial arts is me getting up there. I can feel like I'm in shape, but it still hurts either way. Yeah. You're a tad bit slower. You can be stronger. You could think you're moving fast, but you're a tad bit slower.
Do you think Jon Jones will be a double champion?
There's a possibility. I mean, he's been in the game for so long, like especially the way he goes into a fight, like the mindset, kind of like a tactician or whatnot. Like, he's really good at imposing like different strategies on people. And, he's really good at changing styles too, so.
OSB over here. Back to what you were saying about the bonuses. The 10 fighters on the main card have a combined 195 UFC fights, 122 UFC wins, and 90 finishes, 99 bonuses. So can you describe what it feels like to be in this position, being part of what has the potential to be a historical UFC event?
Ish. I mean, the bonus is gonna be. You don't understand. Like, a lot of times when the fighters go into a card, they'll look at the card up and down and be like, "Oh, I can possibly get a bonus." This card is gonna be like, man, it's gonna be really hard. But at the end of the day, all I care about is getting my hand raised at the end of the night. So I'm cool with that. So as long as I'm part of that historic moment, I'm good.
And lastly, how has this fight camp for Rua differed, if at all, from your previous two camps for Jamal Hill and Tanner?
Me just got locked in a lot focused this time. I was actually I came out an extra 2 weeks early. Now that at the PI, I make sure everything is on point. Got a good couple of training sessions at Couture with a couple of those guys over there. So I feel really, really good. Came back, met my coach over here. We were working out last night, and he was like, "Man, you're looking real sharp." So everything's coming to. So I'm feeling really good. No, it's still there.
Still there?
Yeah.
You want to hear it? You're hearing now. I had to really, really crank it though.
Yeah, but I've had, so the issue for me is I had to crank my audio up on my end.
Yeah.
So I'm
So
gonna
your
increase
noise
that.
floor is dropping. Okay. Aha. Did it go away?
Yeah, I heard it just went away.
Yep. It's this mic, microwave. Mic cable right here. Mic.
No questions for you.
All right.
So did they send you something about the intro thing? For that class? Did they send you something saying like there's an intro? Just wondering if I'm not getting any communication. I wasn't even quite sure that I was in. Yeah. Be on the podcast, it's fine. I get it. Oh yeah. They doing any? Are they doing good this year?
I hear a little bit of a wind.
Somebody was like, you want to go to the Southern game? I was like, one, they're not my team. Two, I don't want to pay fucking player prices. I was like, four.
Cleanest big can be now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I hear a little bit of a ring.
Gaethje went back. Go to wax space.
Should be able to reset.
Oh no, I'm already. Oh, got it.
Joe, welcome back. I know we spoke earlier, but I mean, now you're here in Arizona. I mean, now you're seeing all the people, all the faces. You're around everything. Is the field changing at all now that it's actually fight week?
It's real. You know, I just saw Donald out there, the cowboy. You know, it's just I'm glad to be back. You know, it's a weird feeling, like when you're being the fighter versus when you're here to like coach and help out everyone else. Like the nerves, like it's different. I don't know if it's necessarily more intense, but it's just different. You know, like it's maybe a little less intense. I think when it's my fight, I have some influence on what's going to happen. When it's coach, it's kind of like, oh, I hope he does this, hope he does that, or whatever. It's different.
I know you said you thought about, fighting the whole time, because it's what you love to do, but did you think about, like, oh, signing posters, that's not fun? Like, oh, media day, that's not fun? Like, did you think about all the other stuff?
So this is easy. Media day is no problem, right? Signing the posters is definitely a pain in the ass, right? It's probably like my least favorite part of fight week. Like, they say it's always the same number. I don't believe them. I would like to sit there and count every single time. Like, oh, it's 140. It's always been 140. I remember when you used to tell me it was always 110 or it was always 70. It's like, oh, it's always been 70. Yeah, okay. I don't believe it.
Well, you've just been around longer than most of them.
Yeah, right. Yeah, true. Yeah. I predate most of the people around here. I don't know like how I am in the seniority list, but there's not many staff members here. I think maybe Sean Shelby and Donna might be the only ones that have been around longer than me. I don't know.
So you crossed paths with Cowboy out there. Was there any
Yep.
conversation at all? I mean, are there mind games? I mean, you guys have been around
No,
forever.
I mean, we both been doing it so long. I don't think it's going to change anything. He's like, oh, is your family coming on? I asked him, but it's all good. Like, we're friendly, but I promise we will try to murder each other on Saturday, right? It's like that's what we do. Like I have like guys that are like help me train for this fight. That like we're sparring, we're doing hard sparring. I'm like I tortured some of my sparring partners. You know what I mean? Hitting them with elbows, hitting them with knees. Just like trying to knock them out. Like that's what I do to my friends, help me get ready. So and there's no money in the line right now. It's okay now that we're competing for real. This is the real deal. We will try to murder each other.
Last thing for me, I know you said you're kind of leaving the future up in the air, but I guess you win here, you keep going. What's the priority for you? Is it to keep fighting in front of crowds? Is it to make sure you fight in the Northeast again? Is it to make sure you fight guys from your generation? I mean, assuming you keep going, what would be the priorities?
I mean, I have to like all three. I have to like the opponent. I have to like the date. I have to like the location. Right there, I heard that they may be coming to Boston in the fall. If that was the case, like that might be a good time to do a Jim Miller 3. I have no idea. But I have to like all three. If I like all three, I'm down. Like my big thing was like, after the last fight, I kept telling Sean Shelby, send me names. Send me names. I might tell you no, but keep sending me names. Keep offering me fights, and I will take one when I like it. I don't feel like I have to fight. We opened up a gym in Rainham, Massachusetts. We moved my gym during the pandemic, which is a little sketchy, a little scary. But we've done like a way bigger, better spot. Like the gym's taken off. I'm totally happy running the gym and focusing on the gym every single day. But we took a little 2-month vacation on that. Like I was, did a little less planning gym stuff and more just like running my classes and doing my workouts and getting out of there. But I'm perfectly happy doing that. So if this is the last fight, then that's cool. If it's not the last fight, then that's good too. Just keep sending me names. Keep sending me names.
I mean, Joe, it's been 31 months. You were talking about the process in between, but was there ever any point for you during those 31 months where you're like, maybe like I can kind of quit on that last one?
Yeah, I was definitely, when all the COVID stuff, the pandemic stuff was going on, like I had no interest in trying to fight during that. You're seeing all the time, like, fights getting canceled, fights getting scrapped, and maybe it's not even our problem. Maybe it's like it's someone else's camp has a problem or something. You know what I mean? Like it's just, there was a lot of that going on. So for most of the last 2 years, I did not care about fighting at all. I had zero, but maybe like a year ago, I started like kind of, getting an itch for it a little bit. I was definitely wondering, how long is this COVID thing going to go on for? Is this going to be like the next 5 years of fights getting canceled, things like that? And luckily it's gotten a lot better. So we're in a much better space. But I definitely was like, for a little bit, I'm like, did I mess up by not just, going out like that? But if I did, then this fight wouldn't have happened. I expect this fight to be a good fight for me. Otherwise we wouldn't have taken the fight. But like, I think it's hard to go and second guess it after the fact.
So about how long was it that you were feeling like, you know what, I think I'm ready to jump in here?
I want to say last maybe April or May, around this time last year. I had heard that the UFC was maybe coming to Boston. They're coming to Boston like in the fall. I definitely want to be on the card.
So then a year of names, I would imagine you finally get Donald Cerrone as one of the names.
I'm just telling you, if you're coming, I want to be on the list. I have to like the date, the location, the name. I like the name. It was somewhere domestic, so I liked. And then so I just basically said no. And they came back, all right, we'll do it later. And then here we are.
Obviously, you guys are both OGs, legends, fans.
I understand 100% why someone would want to fight up a weight class, right? I don't think that he was, super. he wasn't the best size for welterweight, right? He's a big lightweight, but he's a smaller welterweight. So I understand that. And he fought so many killers, so he came up short in a lot of his last fights, but he fought killer after killer after killer, so you need to train for. We didn't train for the worst cowboy. We trained for the best cowboy.
I guess last thing from me, I'm just curious. Main event is obviously in the lightweight division. Your veteran lightweight division is one of the most anticipated fights of the year. I'm just curious for your thoughts.
Myself on fire to try and burn the other person a little bit, right? So I think that's kind of how it goes, But like he's gonna come out swinging, right? But Charles Oliveira's got sick jiu-jitsu, those long arms and those long legs around you. It's gonna be
Way I've ever heard anybody describe Justin Gaethje.
Tell me it's not true. Tell me it's not true, right? Well, I had a coach used to say that I used to there used to be pirates that would
Joe to your left, right here.
Yes.
We all know Joe Lauzon, the fighter, but little do we know of Joe Lauzon, the commentator. So what's it like working for smaller promotions on the broadcasting booth?
It's great. So I do commentate for CES, their local show. Talk over people, right? It's easier to get like two buddies. You kind of talk and like you kind of cut each other off a little bit, but it doesn't matter because it's conversation. It's so different for me when it was like, trying to like actually have the play-by-play person kind of like tee it off and lead off to this, and you get the sponsor reads in and all that sort of stuff. So like it was a little bit hard on that. Same way like for my gym. It was easy for me to teach good classes. It was hard to run the actual business. Like it took time. It took you got to figure it out. So, but I love doing commentary for CS. It's definitely something I enjoy doing. It's fun. You get a great seat in the house. You get to kind of explain what's going on. A lot of people don't really understand like what's going on when they're fighting. Right? It's like they see someone that's on top. They see someone that's punching, but they don't understand jiu-jitsu. They don't understand wrestling. They don't understand like all the nuances. So it's kind of fun to kind of enlighten people a little bit. Let them know what's going on.
Oh, what's it like working with Maddie Levine?
Maddie's awesome. I love Maddie. So, Maddie's a great kickboxer. It's fun to kind of get that because, like, I tend to talk more about the jiu-jitsu stuff. I let her talk about the kickboxing stuff a little bit more. Her husband, Ross, is a monster. He was teaching jiu-jitsu. He was teaching kickboxing classes at my gym. Just a monster, Ross Turbo Levine. So it's great. I'm super lucky with the team we have over there.
One back here to the left, Joe. Wanted to ask, with the new environment and the layoff, was the feeling during the process of the camp still the same as it had been?
Yeah, I mean, I've done so many camps. Like, it's just like, we sparred. So typically, for years and years, for so many camps, we would spar twice a week. We would spar like Tuesday and Saturday. But the last couple camps, we sparred less because they just less getting hit in the head, which is nice. Less wear and tear. Like, you generally get hurt during sparring sessions when you're going hard. So we try to limit that a little bit more. But it didn't, we just fell right back in. Like I remember like the first sparring session was probably like not the hardest, but it was like I hadn't sparred in like 2.5 years. Like, if someone's getting for a fight, I'll jump in and help them, but I'm not, it's different when you're doing hard sparring for yourself. So, it was a little bit of time, but it was great. Everything fell right back into place.
And after the layoff, is there a different level of excitement to get back in the cage?
No, not really. I mean, for me, it's like brushing my teeth. I don't get excited because I brush my teeth, right? I do it every single day. I've had so many fights in the UFC, so many professional fights. I've sparred so many rounds. It's just about, putting in the reps, getting it, just executing well. That's all I care about. Like I'll be, win or lose, I'll be so relieved when the fight's over on Saturday. Like it'll be like the best, it's just kind of get that weight off my shoulders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's up, Joe, over here? You're tied for the third most post-fight bonuses in UFC history with Nate Diaz. Are you liking your chances of securing a bonus on a stat card like this, or are you just focused on securing the W?
I mean, I'm focused on getting the win, but there's a good chance Cowboy and I someone's getting a bonus off the other. Maybe it's fight of the night, maybe it's a performance bonus, but we both have a lot of bonuses for good reason. Like we try to murder each other, so very, very good chance of a bonus for this fight.
And you recently said that the establishment of a UFC fighter union is highly unlikely due to the selfish mindset of some of the promotion's top fighters. What type of things would need to change in order to create a fighters union, or do you believe any one fighter should lead the charge?
I think it would be hard. It's kind of a big, like, loaded question. There's a much, much longer answer. But I really think that the big thing is that, anyone that would have the ability to kind of, fight and push for any kind of fighters union, it cares about themselves. They're always going to take the mentality like, I have done X, Y, and Z. I am a world champion. I am this. If you want to go and get, like, the top 5 in every single division and get all of those guys to all be on the exact same page, then maybe you got a shot at a fighters union. But I think it's not going to happen because you're always going to have the guy that's the champ or the guy that's number one and think he's going to be a champ. He's always going to push to get what's best for him. And I understand it. I mean, like, if it came down to, you getting, like, paid triple or everyone else in this room getting 5% more, you're going to push for yourself to get triple, right? That's just the nature of things. Like, it's, and the UFC brand is so strong. It's like people care about watching fights because the UFC brand is so strong. They do such a great job with marketing and media and all sort of stuff. Like, you guys are all a big part of that. So it's like the people that get excited for fights, they get excited because UFC has invested a lot of money to kind of, let you know about all these guys and put these highlights together and do all the, give you all this footage and give you these free fights on YouTube and stuff like that. Like, that's why people get excited. You know what I mean? If the UFC did not do all of that, then people would not be as excited because you wouldn't have these superstars.
You spoke of nuances, right?
Yep.
Like, those are the things that you like, that you enjoy.
Yep.
You get two guys like you and Cowboy, I look at a position like, I want to see this fight go to the ground.
Yep.
Right? And I want this whole fight to take place on the ground.
Yep.
Because of those nuances. Do you think that you have the advantage in that situation?
I think that we're both competent on the feet and on the ground, right? But I think that he has an edge on the feet, and I think that I have the edge on the ground. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to try to – I would love for the fight to be on the ground. Yes. Cool. Thank you, guys.
Cowboy, a year away, man. I wonder, a year away, has it been kind of nice to actually have a break for once in your career, or has it been annoying when you're used to normally fighting like every other week?
No, it was much needed time off. And it was funny. I just talked with the other social team, and we were talking about kind of the same question. And how did you know, and what have you fixed? And I took a break because everyone says getting in the UFC is like the most important thing they could ever do in their life, you know, and I agree with them on that. But when they get here, they seem to put the brakes on and kind of quit. Like they make it all the way here, and they do so hard to get here, and then they put the brakes on. And I caught myself ridiculing these kids for doing that, and then I was doing the exact same thing. And they say that saying it's, you know, it's hard to be hungry when you're full. And I agree. So took some time off after my last loss for sure. And I didn't know when I was going to fight, if I was going to fight again. And then one day I just woke up and called Sean, like, let's get a fight. And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah, let's get a fight. And moved camp to Vegas, parking lot pimping out in front of the UFC PI. And, man, it was cool. I don't know why every fighter doesn't move to Vegas. Not blowing smoke up the UFC's ass right now, but that facility and everything they have in place for fighters to succeed is unfucking believable. Cooking your meals, meal prep, diet, all the training, all the sports, all the recovery, everything they have there is. So for me, there is not one box unchecked, so I did everything I had to do. When I'm at the ranch, I got the buffalo and I got the cows and the horses and building fence and so many things pulling me in different directions where it's easy for me to get distracted. In Vegas, I just go to the RV and take a fucking nap in between training. And it was cool. Like I said, I woke up and I was like, let's do this and let's do everything that I need to do to be successful. So there's no questions in my mind, should I, would I, could have, right? Let's do what I needed to do to get to the UFC back in the day. Let's fucking earn your keep. Let's be here. Let everybody know you fucking belong here, that you're not just here on a whimp. And then I also look at the flip coin of that and I say, I have nothing else to prove. I've set records. I've been here. I've stayed here. I've done what I need to do. So look at myself in the mirror. I'm here for legacy now. This is just for me, which is fucking even cooler. I don't have to worry about impressing anybody more. That's done. Nor do I care. I'm at the age now where it's like, you like me, you don't give a fuck, you know? But this is for me in the mirror, like this is legacy. I want to look at myself in the mirror and be like, you did everything you could, and that's why we're still here, right? Where my last 2 years, I did nothing I had to do. I just would go to train, and I'm not making fucking excuses. I just didn't do what I needed to do. And that is preparation is a direct effect of what my career spiraled into. So it's time to rectify that and fight for legacy, baby.
That's awesome. Were you conscious of it at the time, like over the last couple of years, as you were kind of, I guess, half-assing it a little bit?
Fuck it. You know as a person when you get on a treadmill, you're like, I'm going to run for 30 minutes. And about mile 9, you're like, I'm pretty tired. This 9's probably good. You know? And at the ranch, I have that freedom. I don't have somebody standing over me. You know what I mean? I am the general and a soldier, if that makes any sense. So as the general, I tell the soldier little bitch in my mind, like, 9 was good. Go ahead and step down, right? So it's good to step out of that and just become a soldier again and let everybody else orchestrate my training and do what I need to do.
Has that been a difficult adjustment for you at all? I mean, I think of you as a pretty stubborn guy at times that does what he wants to do. Has it been difficult to listen to somebody else and do what they tell you to do?
I just say nag, 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 but then I fucking do it. But yeah, so no, I understand what needs to be done. And when you understand that, it's really easy to lie to other people. Lying to yourself is tough. Like, you have to fucking face it. So when you have that conversation with yourself in your head, it's nice to know, all right, motherfucker, let's do this.
You've always been about fighting anybody, right? But getting paired up with Joe Lauzon, another guy that's a bonus machine, a veteran like you, been through the wars. Did that add any excitement to it?
Oh, I can't believe Joe and I have never met throughout the years before. When they offered a name, I called Joe. Let's do this. And then they put us on April 30th, and I called Joe, like, Joe, that's not going to work. We're fighting on this is not an Apex fight.
You guys negotiated out if we're going to be Apex,
yeah, and he's
right?
like, Joe's like, what do you want to do? And I was like, I'm gonna call Dana, and you back me up. And he's like, got it. So it's kind of what happened. And we just, yeah, like I said, Joe, I just seen him here a little while ago talking about the kids. I mean, what a good dude, you know what I mean? And no hostility, no blah, blah, but he's going to take my head off, and I plan to do the same with him. So it's not like, oh, we're buddy-buddy. This is going to be just a slow starting cowboy. No, this is for legacy, baby. This is how I used to fight, going in there and fucking letting this old dog eat one more time.
I love it. And given history between you guys, I mean, should we just automatically write the fight of the night checks right now? I mean, just get them ready?
Yeah, I think I seen some stats somebody had that this card has 99 bonuses. Yeah, we're going to set 100 our first starting the live card off. So they can go ahead and just stroke that motherfucker right away.
Last thing for me, I mean, so knowing that you poured everything into this, right? I mean, is there like a vacation planned after this? Do you have an adventure planned after this? I mean, or do you keep going? I mean, what is the plan after this?
I'm going to Mexico, going diving. I got a week down at Cozumel, so going scuba diving. And then I'm off to Thailand for a month and a half to film a movie. So, yeah, I'm excited. Changing paces, and, yeah.
I guess one more thing. Have you asked for an RV hookup at the PI maybe? Could they?
I know. I've talked to Dana about that. Like, listen, Dana. I think you could charge here. We could set up a thing, you know. And no, but they got me a hookup. I just don't have water. But I go inside. They got full amenities, so you're good to go.
Cowboy, you said that when people get to the UFC, they put the brakes on a bit. Did you mean in terms of like learning new tricks of fighting, or do you just mean that hunger and like they sort of feel like they've made it just by getting there?
I mean the hunger. I'm talking the young kids I see coming in. You know what I mean? UFC is a machine. And I talked about this, I was just standing around, I think 2 fight cards ago, and all the guys were coming in, cutting weight and getting ready for a fight. And I was sitting there talking with the front desk ladies, and you hear everyone talking about pay, and you hear everyone talking about the money's not good and the money's not right. And it's like, listen, you just fought on a regional show for $2,000. Now the UFC's giving you whatever the 12 and 12 or whatever that is. So that's clearly more than you are now. And as the machine, they don't give a fuck about you and your fighting. But what they do give a fuck is you coming and being the person that they signed you for and making a name for yourself. And then the next contracts show that, right? And so what I mean by they do so hard and they work so hard and they put their whole life on hold and they get into UFC and then they get to UFC and they're like, I'm here. And they kind of just back off the train, and they're no longer the killers and doing what they need to do to become the entertainers and the person that the UFC signed them to be. And I caught myself in that same spiral where I was like, I'm here. What do I, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. The hunger of training when I don't want to train and pushing myself to the limits that I don't want to push because I have a job to do and I have a career to protect. And that's what I mean by they're not doing that, and neither was I.
You mentioned talking to Joe about this is not an Apex fight. I mean, the last few ones have been no fans. You're something of a fan favorite. You're looking forward to getting back out there in front of a crowd?
Oh, man. It's not me. It's my son. I can't... I can't wait. To walk out of that tunnel. You see the look on his face, you know. Fuck. So that's, yeah, I can't wait so he knows finally what I do, you know? It's crazy how emotional I get, but that's anytime I was working out and I didn't want to do it, that's what I thought of. So can't fucking wait. Cannot wait to see him smile like, wow, this is my dad. So to me, that's why I wanted a fan, a sold-out crowd to walk out that tunnel, blow the roof off this place, and look over and see my son like, wow, Dad, that's you. So it's cool, man. I remember when I first signed with Tap Out, and Mass used to tell me, I'm just looking for one person that can touch millions. I don't care about touching all these people. I just want to find one person that can touch a million people and change lives. And I feel like they did a good job finding me, you know, and making an impression on me to help mold and sculpt these people. And now I know what that means to find that one person. And when I walk out of that tunnel, I cannot wait to walk and see my son standing there. I'm like, yep, I'm changing you, boy. You're going to grow up with the morals and ethics that I think are appropriate in this world and change you and help you move on to sculpt the next generation of people. So that to me is very important with the younger generation, and if I can pick my son to do that, let's do it.
You mentioned fighting for legacy. I feel like that's your legacy right there, no?
Absolutely, man. That's definitely legacy. And I don't ever get emotional during fighting, which is crazy. I mean, kids bring that out of you. You can tell right now I'm a fucking wreck. Yeah, it's a feeling that I couldn't explain to somebody unless you have your own kid. You know, it's wild.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing, man.
Of course.
Donald, I mean, man, it's special seeing you talk about him in this way, if I'm being honest. I mean,
Yeah.
during this time where, you know, you've been out, I would imagine getting itchy knuckles a little bit. Was that part of the reason for wanting to come back, was to get this moment with him and really, now that he's a little bit older, be able to have these kind of weeks and that night on Saturday?
Yeah, like he's at the the pictures I have of me holding him up like Simba in the fucking cage, he doesn't remember that. He doesn't understand that. You know, he never will. But he's old enough. He was almost 4, and he'll be able to grasp that. Like, he still doesn't know what I do. Like, I go, oh, you're going to work? You're going to Vegas to go to work, Dad? Like, yeah. He doesn't know what that means, you know. And he loves Ninja Turtles, and he loves fighting. So I can't wait when I walk in and ask him, what Ninja Turtle is Daddy going to be tonight, buddy? Because I'm going to go out there and kick some fucking ass, so watch out.
What's his favorite Ninja Turtle, I have to ask?
It's Leonardo.
My man, that's the best one.
Leonardo. And then I'm usually Shredder, and he usually beats me up, but that's how that goes.
Do you still enjoy all this as much as you once did? I mean, the process, being there, just everything.
The guy sitting right next to you, Nicholas, I met him training in Vegas, and yes, this is the process. I explained to him, this is the part I love. The meeting people, the training, and all the journey of this. So yes, I love this more than ever, you know, and this has been a special one, going to Vegas and mixing it up and trying new things. I'm enjoying it again.
Then last two things for me. I mean, I wonder during any time during this, which is really the longest break of really your entire career, was there any time at all where you thought, you know, maybe like I'm done, maybe
100%.
Oh, there was actually moments?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Was it, what pushed you through that? Was it your son?
No, I don't know. I just, like I said, there was a couple times where I was like, I'm just going to take a break until I want to come back. I feel it in me, or I won't, you know? I don't care. I kind of just, and then one day I woke up and I called my coaches and said, fly down here, we're taking a fight. And they're like, what? When? And I was like, I don't know, but we're doing it. And I just felt it in me, wanted to do it. And so here I am. I shouldn't say the hunger back, you know, that's such a stupid fucking cliche word, but I for sure felt going again.
Well, then last thing for me, I'm just curious, when you hit up Dana and then Joe hits up Dana and you guys are doing a pincher attack on Dana right now, are those easy discussions? Is he very easy?
I 100% think I might have even put both of us on the same text. Me, Joe, I think we double dipped the text. For one, I mean, I don't even know how much I can talk about this, but there wasn't even a response from Dana. All of a sudden, we just got new contracts in the email. So it wasn't like a thumbs up or a fucking okay or nothing. It was like I put a text together like a little savvy fucking 2 veterans, we fucking pay-per-view, fucking we're badasses, need to be, everyone should see, fucking we shouldn't, blah, blah, blah. And then I sent it, and then we just sat there, and I was like, fuck. Right? Fuck. And then the little 3 dots came, like, oh, fuck. And they just sat there forever, no response. And then we got an email with the new contract, and I was like, it worked, Joe.
Is that same night, next day?
It was literally hours. Like, it happened right away. It just happened. I think maybe he sat back and was like, maybe they're right. Maybe they're onto something.
Well done. Way to sell it. Way to sell it.
Well, so when I should agreed with myself to take another fight. Part of my agreement was I want to fight in front of a crowd. I love the crowd. Like, don't get me wrong, the UFC Apex fighting but it's not the same energy. Like Phoenix, when fucking 20,000 people are chanting your name and screaming, there's not a feeling in the world. So when I said I'm ready to take a fight, they had the arena for the 30th wasn't announced yet. I don't think because of all COVID they didn't have it. So when I got the email for where it was, I was like, oh no, this isn't gonna work for me. And so in the message, it was just like, man, I think I earned this. I think I've sat up here long enough that I can fight in front. And it was no argument. They did it. It was great.
It's good to have you back.
Yeah, thank you.
To your left. You mentioned all the records you set and everything like that. You've seen slowly over these past couple of years, Arlovsky and Jim Miller are both tied with you for wins now. Oliveira has surpassed you tied you for bonuses. All these things.
Tied.
Yeah, tied.
I'm tied all the way across. Don't start saying surpass.
But does that stuff motivate you? Like,
Fuck
is that
yeah.
something? Yeah.
Yeah.
You want those back for yourself?
Yeah, and come first fight of the night, we're gonna put a tick more on each one of those to start the fucking pay-per-view off. So Oliveira, he's gonna look like, fuck, goddamn, he got another bonus. I better get to work.
What do you think of these other lightweight fights on this card?
Oh, it's a stacked card. I think I don't really watch that many UFC fights, but if I was gonna pay for one and tune in, this would be a card I'd tune in to, not just because I'm on it, but you just look at the lineup, it's like, oh my god, even the undercard's crazy. So it's a stacked. I have a feeling they're gonna give a lot more bonuses than just what they say.
Let's hope so.
Start the petition now. Let's get the momentum.
Yeah. It's not like it used to be when we used to get $100,000 bonuses.
Someone's lying. You're catching the headline. If you can continue in line, it would be a good headline. But I'm not trying to pick the headline right now. Here's Tony. Yeah. You're over here. How you doing? No, Tony's here.
What's up, fuckers?
Man is back.
What a welcome back after a year away. Tony, I guess talking about it, man. I mean, a year off, now you're back. It's time to fight again. Give us just the emotions. What's going through your head right now?
This is awesome. I'm just glad to be here. Glad to see you guys, non-pandemic, and just hopefully we can enjoy this weekend really good.
Very nice. Obviously, you're constantly training, during the time away. It's not like it was just you were on the sidelines. But I guess, was there a primary focus, a primary goal during that year?
Just get back and acclimated to what I really have to do, and that's winning. I can't really bullshit too much. Went back to my old school roots. Said it before, but really kept it on this time. So it was really cool, man. Structured everything out.
Certainly you don't want to sit and talk about losses and setbacks, but when you evaluate them, do you look at it as something I did wrong in tactics, just the fact that this is the highest level of the sport?
I surrounded myself around the wrong kind of mentality. I'm not going to say anything bad about anything, but leading up to my last fight, I had to kind of think about that when my boxing coaches, they were telling me don't throw a jab, and then everybody's telling me to knock them out. It was kind of confusing going out there. It almost looked like I froze, right? Right. So if you're going to tell me not to throw a jab, and you're going to tell me to knock them out, what's really the point?
So has this been like a mindset adjustment more than anything in terms of, the way you enter the cage on Saturday?
I had to stop thinking all about the bad shit and just kind of just focus on what's really important, which is just having fun. And if I'm not having fun, I'm not going to go out there and have a good time, which is obviously you guys saw that. And I've been in enough positions, bad positions, where I thought that Khabib would actually take a fight, and the pussy's still scared. So nothing to him, you know what I mean? But with Chandler, I wanted this opportunity for a long time. I felt like he cut in line. It's not his fault. That's always on Dana. But, there's only so many times where you can fight for the interim belt as well. But I had to put all that beside me and be able to get back to my roots, which was having fun, smiling, and being able to enjoy this kind of stuff again.
Yeah. You've always fought anybody, of course, but is it a little more exciting to fight the guy with Dana White privilege, right? I mean, you nailed it with him.
I don't think that shit's very funny.
No?
You do, maybe.
I thought that the moniker was good. I thought it was pretty enjoyable.
I don't think it's very funny. So, everybody's looking at it and they're smiling, they're laughing at it, but nobody's saying shit. So, I'm the kid that's up here with Dana Brown privilege, I guess, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't think it's very funny anymore. And neither do you guys. I don't think you guys should think that's very funny. So I'm taking this weekend very fucking seriously. So I'll kick this Dana White boy's ass.
Chip on your shoulder then? Is this personal?
No, nothing personal against Chandler, but I'm going to be real. I'm tired of the retaliation tactics from the company.
Last thing for me then, I guess for you, Tony, what is the meaning of this fight? Is it about proving something to anybody else or getting, what is the meaning of it other than just a fight?
Bringing the fans some noise, man. I'm going to be real. I'm an entertainer. I go out there and entertain. So I'm a storyteller, too. So when I go out, I think it hits home with a lot of people. And I think it can radiate with that. And, everything's about growth. So if it's not about growth, I don't. We'll talk about that after I win.
Does that have anything to do?
Interviews. This is why I just kept my mouth shut for a long time. A lot of fighters have been keeping their mouths shut for a long time. You should ask some of the other fighters that have been fucking treated like shit for a long time too. So I'm not the only one thinking it or fucking.
Winner between you and Chandler. What do you have to say about that?
He's full of shit. I'm gonna be real. He said he wanted to fight me many times, and then I gave the opportunity to him, and then somebody gave him more money to be able to fight. The kid's full of shit. You know, nothing against Poirier, but I have to be able to go in there and get this victory come Saturday night. So I'm a different animal.
For this fight.
Oh man, classic rock more than anything else was pretty cool. You know what I mean? Rap music. I mean, whatever is gonna be the thing that's gonna get the crowd going. You know, that's pretty much how I feel. They took our phones away and they took everything. They stuffed us in a room for a couple of days and they said, "Hey, you guys can't leave this place." Took away all of our privileges. It felt like you were in fucking prison. Never been to prison, but I'm gonna be real. If that was they want to see how you're gonna react during certain situations. But I was handpicked by Dana White.
Why is this a good matchup for you?
Oh man, he likes to go toe to toe. He wants to fight in the box. He likes to. I mean, I don't talk to myself in the third person at all, and he kind of does. So we got to battle his ego first. You know, come past that mindset is back to where it needs to be. It's a varsity mentality.
When you say you think he's looking past you, what makes you say that? Like, what are you seeing?
I don't know. I don't really listen to him too much, but I heard he was talking about Conor McGregor and the fights and punches, throw some.
That sentiment is more pervasive than just Mike. Like, do you?
But I wanted to make sure that I was in the right place. Anything besides going out there and giving my best and making sure I walk out the same way. And you know, best of luck to Michael Chandler and myself. You know, may the best man win. But come Saturday night, my hand's gonna be raised in victory.
Well, the last one for me. I'm just curious. Obviously, you've been in a lot of fights like this with Mike. I think a lot of fans are very excited for this fight because it seems like it's going to be very exciting. I just wonder, can you describe to us or maybe somebody who hasn't been in there what it feels like to be in these sort of gut check, blood and guts type of fights, like I think a lot of people expect this one might be?
First you gotta go through fight week, and that's the best part. You show up, we're cutting weight, and then we have to do media, you know, and then we have to cut weight, and you have to do more media, and you have to do photo shoots. And then it builds up. It's kind of like when you're building a fire rocket or firecracker, you know what I mean? You're building it in layers, but you have to be very careful. And when you're doing that, when you're being really careful with it, there comes a time for celebration when you're able to light it and then making sure that it goes out right. You're not going to go out there and too much of it. I guess that's a good thing. You know what I mean? But like I said, come Saturday night, everybody's fortunate that you have warriors going out there and doing their job. I think we're underpaid personally. I'm going to be real. I'm not going to say it too much. You know, I mean, Dana said something the other day, and I put it on. It's on my phone. I think it was MMA Fighting actually reposted it, talking about how boxers are overpaid. I asked Dana to box. He said, "Fuck no." I'm like, "Why?" I wanted to go play. You know, I want to go play baseball. I want to go do other pro sports. I'm an athlete. I grew up playing different different sports at a very high level. We're in a state championship football ring right here. We were 27-1. You know, I come from Grand Valley State University as a wrestler. I want to go do pro wrestling. You know, I got Brock, Uncle Brock, that's right there watching me. I want to go do all these couple things, but then I have this guy right here acting like a fucking drug dealer telling me I can't go and do this shit. I want to go make more money for my family. You know, I'm watching Embedded, and I see what Brian T. City, and I see his agent up there, and he's like, "Oh," and he was funny because he made a joke where he was like, "Oh, you're making money now." And he talked about his agent, and he's like, where you getting your money? There's too many levels of things right here where I got pissed off at, and I had to kind of put that besides me. You know, you make your money by winning. You make your money by showing up, winning, and having good performances. Right now, I guess we're getting paid crypto, I guess, huh? You know, they're following everybody's suit. They're kind of waiting for everybody to speak up. They're waiting for everything else like that. I'm waiting for insurance. I've been competing in this sport for a long time. I took a bad fall at Fox. They took my title from me. You know, I don't even have to go into the Miller-Ayala Act, where an agent is not supposed to be competing in the same sport as you. But you guys know what I'm talking about, right? So, I mean, when it comes down to that, and then I'm going to get stripped of my title because I fucking took a bad fall in an accident, I should have sued. But what I did is I felt good for my company. I wanted to be the man. I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that I fucking could do this stuff without anybody else's help. So that's a little bit of a chip on my shoulder, you know what I mean? To kind of keep coming here and smiling and being used to be on a poster and to have that high value. When I saw that UFC didn't think my value was that high, I had to increase it in other ways, which was through social media. And through social media, I did it really organic, didn't pay for anything. I went through there and I had fun and showed my plants, and overnight I made 1 million followers. And even overnight again made like another 2. Then I stopped. I stopped caring about it because I was just like, you know what, why am I doing all of this? It's not going to do anything for me. But then I realized I was getting these emails from these people from all over the world saying that I saved their life, that they didn't want to kill themselves, that they found themselves in bad territories, that they didn't. And I'm not the only one. I guarantee you there's a lot of fighters that get these emails. But it's incredible. And so all those guys that are out there watching and listening, and you kind of hear me getting pissed off all the time, it's cool, it's fun, I'm all right, okay, we're going to be okay. You know, it's okay to get mad once in a while, but you have to channel that shit in the right way. When you channel in the right way, good things happen. You win championships. You go out there and you have victories, and then you end up building your fan base. So, yeah.
I mean, I just wanted to follow up on that. I mean, do you feel like you're being stifled? Like, it feels like you're almost kind of over it, but maybe conflicted about that?
Nah, like I said, I had a nice 1.5 years to think about everything. It's kind of like being put on restriction a little bit. You know what I mean? Just kind of had time to sit there and just kind of thinking what I wanted to do. And during the time I shouldn't have fought, I was injured. You know, after that Gaethje fight, I broke my toe. I didn't even know I broke my foot. And I was so injured on my legs, I didn't even want to go down. I didn't get knocked down. I kept fighting through that. I thought about Jesus, man, carrying the fucking cross, and that dude would not quit. Every single time that they would beat him down, he would get back up and he would keep moving forward. I was thinking that whole entire time when Charles had my arm out like that, I was like, he didn't tap. And I remember my kid, he had his arm hyperextended. You know, one time I was like, hey, careful, you know. I was like, you don't want to hurt yourself, but he's naturally like that. So when I'm in the fight, I'm thinking about my son. I'm thinking about my arm. I'm like, go ahead, break the fucker. I was like, because I'm going to beat you with it. And in the third fight with Dariush, it was the same way. These were all tests and mental battles that I went through because I wasn't ready to win yet. I wasn't ready to have that championship belt. I wasn't mentally there yet. I redid my house, and I had to build another spot so I could think of things that I wanted to do and accomplish. You know, in high school, there was these guys at All State on the wall, and I was like, I walked through there, and I'm like, man, I want to be one of those guys. Do that, All State, win state, get to college. Hey, get called in, and I see these names on the wall for national champions, All-American. I want to do that. That looks really cool. I go do that. 2-time All-American national champ. Captain of a 2-time national championship team. Then I was like, okay, what's the next step? Go to the UFC. They built a performance institute. They built that. They saw that we needed something like that, which is great. Then they put the things up on the wall that said Hall of Fame. I said I wanted to do that. What did I do? Still not in the Hall of Fame yet, but I'm earning my credentials, right? I think I'm pretty much in there. So I had to kind of think again, and I was like, I got a belt, an intern belt. And then they wanted me for a fight for another intern belt. I was like, well, I already have one of those. It's kind of selfish for me to not just, have one. I don't want 2 intern belts. I have one, but it was a championship belt because through the stuff it should have went. I don't have to go back on the Miller Ayala Act, but, I will. And then I had to think about it again, and I saw the new belt, and I was like, I got treated like shit for a long time. Kind of don't really want it. It was like a Cracker Jacks prize. Kind of like, well, looks kind of fake to me. It wasn't the classy kind of shit, but then I had to readjust my thinking. I had to build something so that way I had space on my shelf to be able to put something new. So that's what I have. I have space on my shelf, and I looked at it a couple of days and, walked past it, look at it again, and I look, and I'm like, man, there's empty there. Because I need something to be put there. I was like, it'd be kind of nice to put a belt right there. And I started kind of getting hungry again, kind of figuring it out, putting things together like a puzzle. And it started and it clicked. So I'm a straight shooter now, man, and everything's pretty cool. So this camp, I'm very fortunate to be able to put things together and structure the shit out of myself. In my other interview, I said I had too many main ideas. But it's good to multitask like that, because I can multitask on 3 computers, like no problem. But to be able to write a central paper and put one central idea as a main heading and be able to write everything around it, that was the hard part. So I have that now. I put that central that structure towards where I need it to go, and I want that belt. It's kind of cool, and I want to add some rubies to it. So it is my prerogative, and it is my priority to go out there and make sure my hand gets raised on Saturday.
All this said, is this where you want to be?
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure. You know what I mean? They wanted to extend my contract after this one. They sent me like an extension on my contract, and they signed it. They didn't even know that they sent it to me. I was kind of like, why are you guys making me feel like shit? I was like, I've always been for the company. You know what I mean? I've always done everything. Let me go back to when I was injured. I took the Oliveira fight short notice. I did that because I was like, you know what? They need somebody. I was like, it's kind of cool. The kid's got a lot of talent. I was like, you know, he deserves a shot. I was like, fuck it. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to do what I got to do. We practiced zero jiu-jitsu. Zero jiu-jitsu. But when Joe Rogan was talking, it looked like I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, yet I was more active on the bottom than Dustin Poirier, and I didn't hear one fucking word talk about how bad his jiu-jitsu was. So I'm going to be real. Like I said, I had to go back and I had to watch my fight films without the commentary because people listen. They're like sheep. I'm going to be real with you. Sometimes, I'm going to be real, the commentators are talking to them like they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they're making guys like me sound like I'm an idiot, for one, and two, that I'm out there and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So I had to kind of take that, and I'm going to be real, like I said. So, I mean, we're going back into having a fun part about that. Like I said, I'm always going to be here for the company, you know, but will they be here for me?
Tony over here.
When I got injured, when I got injured, I didn't get a flight home. I got treated the same way. Chris Weidman, he got a personal flight back. I couldn't fucking walk. I couldn't do the same shit. So I'm not sure what the corporate is, you know what I mean, talking about that. But there's some questions to be raised on how they treat their athletes, that's for sure.
Tony, you said they had reached out to re-up your deal. Are you nearing the end of your deal? Like, is this the last fight?
Nah, I got a bunch, man. I'm going to be real. I'm willing to be able to fight it out, to go out there and not be held under. Like I said, like I'm going to be real. Like, the promoters here, they act like drug dealers sometimes. You know what I mean? They just throw around a couple bucks here and there, and you're like, come here, kid, come here, kid, come here, kid. Here, take this, take this, take this, take this. And if you don't have the will to say no to that stupid shit, you're going to get fucked. I mean, I've seen like Terrence McKinney is the same fucking way, and a couple other people, you know what I mean? Like, and even for me to go out there, and then I had to say no a couple times. You know, I had to fucking ignore Dana's call once during the pandemic. I'm chilling, man. I'm skateboarding. Why? Because you know what? You didn't answer my phone call. It's not going to be about that because I'm having fun. I'm doing something for myself, which is cool. And it took a long time to be able to think about myself like that because the company for a long time, they treated me like shit. You know, and that's a lot of underlying stuff. You know what I mean? So, you know, you talk about event ops, you know, they're trying to, you know, come out here and search for me to sign my fucking contract. And I'm like, you guys are sweating bullets, huh? Well, that's how you guys make me feel sometimes. So, it's not fair.
Tony over here. You mentioned going back to your roots and Grand Valley State. You recently brought your former wrestling coach, Dave Mills, back into the mix.
Mm-hmm.
What prompted you to start training under Mills again?
I've always trained under Mills, just nobody knew about it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's always been one of those great mentors for me. Gave me the chance and the opportunity. Funny story, really quick. As I go out there and I'm bartending, my buddy calls me up. He's like, Tony, we need your help. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, we got a guy named Gaethje. You know, he's preparing for a 4-time national championship. We'd like you to come in and practice. Dude, I've been smoking cigars, eating hoagies, and drinking. I don't care, Tony. Just come in here. Come here. All right. I'm like, fuck, man. I've been to Grand Valley and I partied a couple of times. Never been there to compete. I show up. I go there like a student. I park. I had to go through the whole entire thing of finding parking for one. That was crazy. I was like, this is fun. But first I went through the tunnel. Like even here at Arizona State, being here again, it brings me back to college town. And it brings me a good feeling. It brings me back into here where I need to be. I go there and I'm looking through the stuff. I'm like, hey, where's the wrestling room? They're pointing that way. And I'm like, man, I'm looking. There's a indoor track and there's basketball. There's like a whole volleyball court. There's like weightlifting equipment. There's like, it's dope. I'm like, this is cool. It's like the Performance Institute. Felt like a real college university. I go in the wrestling room. You can't even look in the window. It's all fucking fogged. I go in there. I'm all nervous. My heart's racing like crazy. I'm like, control yourself. Coach Mills comes up. My buddy Dustin comes up. Same thing. He introduced me to the team really quick. I get ready, and there's Gaethje over there with his fucking hand getting taped. He has a club. Like, mean son of a bitch. Cool dude, too, man. Hard fucking worker. And he's preparing for me. And I'm like, oh, man, here we go. I lace up my wrestling shoes. I haven't worn them in a long time. I'm sitting there, and then we go and we shake hands, and I go and hit him with an ankle pick. Pissed him off. Pissed him off. Go out there, and I did really well. What do you think I did next? Ran over to the bucket. Puked. I was out of shape. I get back on the mat. We had another match. And I did the best I could. And it was cool. I did really, really well, helping my partner, my buddy, go out there and prepare for his national championship. Didn't know him at the time, but I made a best friend right there. A couple months go by. Afterwards, I said, thank you guys. And I was kind of embarrassed that I went and I puked in the thing. But I got back after it. I went and I started running. It was the opportunity is what gave me that mental clarity to be able to do that. And I get a phone call from Coach Dave Mills. Hey, Tony. Dave Mills here from Grand Valley State University. We'd like you to, he was talking to me, and then he said, opportunity came up. We would love for you to come and wrestle for us. Holy shit. Blessing. Opportunities exist when we create them. And that was one of the best things in my life that changed it. So I've known Coach Mills for probably about 14, 15 years. Man, great mentor, man. Fucking awesome. So I'm glad for that, and then shout out to Coach Mills.
Just one from me. Sorry, Tony. Cool. Can I just quickly go?
Writing a book up here.
Just want to ask, having fought Charles Oliveira and Justin Gaethje within the last couple of years, I was wanting to get your prediction on that fight and how you see it going.
The boys are going to bring it. I think they've gotten better each time, which is cool. They got great coaching staff, which is excellent. I can't talk about theirs too much because I have a great coaching staff as well. You have to bring in the right people at the right time to be able to do the right things. And sometimes the chemistry doesn't work. Sometimes it does. Over at their camp with Trevor Whitman, they have very good chemistry. They got a solid team. Same thing with Oliveira at Shoot the Box. They have a very solid team. They have a lot of people they can spar with. Very cool. I moved to Orange County with Rain Training Center, and when that disappeared, it kind of left me in the open, and I had to kind of find myself in my own spot. So with them in the regards to where they're fighting, it's not my concern, man. I'm going to be real. I don't give a fuck. So hopefully they go out there and have a good fight and not boring one, so everybody's buying this pay-per-view. So make sure you guys don't stream that shit. We'll find you.
Thank you. Hold on, I'm talking about I'm so glad you said that. That's cool. I'm glad I didn't accidentally call you. I know. It's because I was posting the video at the same time.
I thought you said Ronald. I was like, who's Ronald?
Yeah, well, see, this is the cable.
Kenny.
Not really, just waiting. Just a battery.
Extra
Oh, there's Carla. Carla. I recorded this one, I guess.
Here we go, everybody. Stand by.
I put
Carla Esparza. Right there.
Championship week. I mean, a moment you've been waiting a long time to get back to, I guess. Give us the emotions right now as it's closing in.
There's so many emotions. I mean, I'm excited, a little bit nervous, but I feel that, it's been so many years and this fight is such a long time coming. I'm almost just like that feeling of finally, like it's here.
Was there ever a time along the way that you thought, like, they're never going to let me get back there no matter how many wins I have? Because it kept seeming like as the wins added up, they'd still find another person to put in there, another reason to do a rematch or what have you.
I didn't know what to think. I was always hoping. I knew I was in talks of it early on because I was even put in as a last minute replacement to fight Whaley back then. So I knew I was in their head of just right along those brinks. But, you keep fighting, you keep winning. Like, they can only hold it from you for so long. So I knew it was just a matter of time. Like, whatever I had to do to solidify that place, I was going to do it.
Did you ever hear, and I'm sure you did, it was like, well, Carla's great, but she's not as marketable. These are a little bit more marketable, a little bit more personable. When you hear stuff like that as an athlete, it's kind of the reality of the sport, right? But is it a little bit frustrating to hear that? And does it make you think of changing your approach to things?
For me, it's all about being genuine and being myself. And some people kind of have that star quality, or they're more outgoing or more outspoken. But I think the sport is great in a way that it does need its trash talkers, this and that. But I think it's good to have that balance and that combination of people who are maybe like a little bit more humble or quiet. And I really feel good about getting this far in the sport and just being totally genuinely myself.
You mentioned how many years it's been. It's crazy how long it's been. I mean, can you compare yourself then as a person, as a fighter? I mean, are you still the same, or do you feel like just entirely different at this point?
I think anybody with, almost 8 years down the line of since I won the title, I think anyone is going to change a lot. And I don't think you could be in this sport for that long without having a lot of evolution in your game. And as a person, I mean, just so many life changes in your 20s and your 30s. I definitely feel different, but it's almost a good feeling. I feel more mature, like I feel more comfortable in this place. Now, being at Fight Week feels more like I'm at home.
Rose, at this point, does she present a more difficult? I mean, as you said, you've evolved, she's evolved as well, right? But do you see her as a more dangerous opponent at this point, or do you still see like the styles match up very similar?
I think stylistically we're still similar to what we were back in the day, but I think that we both evolved a lot. I think when we originally fought, she was a lot greener to the sport, and now she's been in so many high-level fights, so many title fights. I think that she has a lot more composure now, and in those spaces, and is a little bit more comfortable on that big stage. So I think that's going to definitely play a big factor. And, she was dangerous back then, and she's dangerous now.
Last thing for me, I guess, what would this mean to you? I mean, obviously being a UFC champion is the goal, right? But does it answer critics, or is it about completing a journey? I mean, what would this title mean for you?
This title would mean pretty much, everything to me. It would be just the accumulation of all this hard work, all these years, and for me, it would really make a statement, not just as a fighter or as a person, but it would show like, hey, you can lose, you can stumble along the way, but you can fight your way back if you put the work in and you evolve in this sport.
Carla, I mean, you two essentially kicked off this division back in the day in 2014, which is a little weird to think about. But I mean, 8 years later now, as you sit here, when you look around at what this division has become, what does it feel like for you?
I feel so proud to look at how far this division has come in all these years that, since we pretty much started it here at the UFC. It's just, there's constantly like a new influx of these like young fighters, and it's really blown up. I would say like proudly that the UFC, the strawweight division in the UFC is probably one of the bigger, more divisions with more attention on it. And there's so much competition, especially before they had the 125 division. Like everyone was coming down. So, I just feel like we've seen this division come a long way, and I'm just proud to be to have kind of started it essentially, and to still be a part of it at the top of it today. Yeah, I mean,
it's the longevity aspect of it, because there was a stretch where after your championship reign, it seemed like struggling a little bit. You went 3-4 over 7. And it almost felt as if the MMA community sort of started to write you off a tiny bit. And I wonder for you, during that stretch, there are questions in your mind, like of whether you would ever get back to a point like this?
There's always like new tough fighters. So, I mean, there's always a question of whether you can, get back to a place like this after having losses. But, I just got the statistic that the longest time that anyone's ever gotten a title back is, I think, like 4 years or something along those lines. So, I mean, this hasn't been done, so for me, it would just, I don't know, it would just mean a lot. It'd be like a big statement.
I mean, is that something that you're particularly proud of? The fact that 8 years later, you are still here, you are still in this discussion, you're still one of the best in the world.
So I feel like I've been at this top of the game for a really long time and fighting the best of the best. And it's been cool to kind of like see the level of competition grow and grow. And just honestly going back and watching mine and Rose fight and kind of seeing where we were back then and where we are now is just like, whoa, it's really come a long way.
Yeah, I mean, when you were talking about her evolution a little bit, I mean, when you look at her today in 2022, why is this a good matchup for you still?
I think it's a good matchup for me. The same reason it was back then. I mean, obviously, it's an MMA fight. Anyone can win at any time. It's a dangerous sport, but at the same time, I mean, you still have your wrestler versus striker type of matchup. I think that my wrestling is still a step above hers. I had a lot of experience in it, but I feel it's kind of like the same matchup, but we were blue belts back then in MMA, and now we're like black belts. So should be exciting. I'm excited to go in there.
Absolutely, I think we're all excited for it. Last one for me. I'm just curious. I mean, the fight that's headlining the card, I think, is one of the most anticipated fights of the year for most people. Gaethje and Oliveira. I'm just curious for your thoughts on that fight, your excitement for it, and how you think it'll play out.
Man, these guys are just such high-level fighters. It's been fun watching their careers and their styles. And what's funny is Oliveira actually headlined the first time that Rose and I fought that many years ago. So I'm kind of like, oh, that's cool. But it's been cool watching him actually grow like through these years and seeing him come up in his division. And I think he kind of had a similar like long road to the title, but he's here and I'm excited. I think it's a good matchup. I think it's going to be a really fun fight.
When you see a guy like Charles, does that give you motivation of the long road, like you said?
It does give me motivation. It's just like, hey man, like we're here, veterans, we're all still here. Like it's cool. It's definitely cool to watch any veteran kind of just still be there like years later.
Hi, Carla. To your left, over here. One of the greatest fights in UFC history is being ran back at UFC 275. What's your prediction for how the fight between Joanna and Zhang Weili goes?
That was such an amazing fight the first time. It was, I would say, mostly contended on the feet. So I think a lot of people are going to be expecting that again. But I wouldn't be surprised if Weili went for her takedowns like she did against Rose and try to kind of switch up her game plan a little bit. I think that would be a little unexpected, but I think it'll be another barn burner. I think it'll be fun to watch and definitely a super high level fight.
Do you think that's a number one contender fight, or do you think the winner of this one will face Marina Rodriguez?
I think that's really up to the UFC. It depends how that fight goes. Just as in my last fight.
The UFC title now mean more to you than winning it back in 2014 off the Ultimate Fighter tournament?
It would be really hard to say because, going through that whole Ultimate Fighter experience and even before that, fighting for, years and not expecting women to even be in the UFC was such a historical moment. It was like a moment that I had never expected. It was super emotional. But now after all these years and kind of, having, losses going in and out and just working so hard to get back here and the UFC is in such a different place, it would be really hard to compare it, but I hope I can let you know on Saturday.
The back left, back here. Carla, we've seen you win the Invicta title, the UFC title, be the inaugural champion. Does it feel different being the challenger this time?
Well, it's kind of interesting because when I fought for the Invicta title, I mean, we were both challenged, we were both fighting. I wasn't the champion defending, and same thing with the UFC belt when I first won that. So to me, it just feels like it's another fight with a lot on the line.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If they were crummy questions, I wouldn't have said anything. I would have just let you down.
Charles, first off, great looking suit that you've got on today. I'm just curious if you've gotten used to this champion's life, all the added camera, the attention, all the buzz around you at all times.
Para começar, né, campeão? Tá bonito aí, com terno novo, legal. Mudou tudo, tu tá sendo diferente vindo aqui como campeão?
Com certeza. A gente tem que vir arrumado, bonito, lindo, né? Tem que estar pronto.
Of course, I'm champ now. I have to look sharp and sharp every time. Looking good, feeling good.
Did you feel any different about your championship after defending the belt for the first time? There's that old saying, you have to defend it before you're really the champion. Did anything change after your last win?
Você acha que uma coisa mudou? Que tem aquele ditado velho, né, que fala que você não é campeão até você defender o título. Mas eu já ouvi isso em entrevista, você não acreditava nisso. Já se achava campeão. Mas depois que você defendeu, alguma coisa mudou?
Não. O campeão ele é campeão quando ele vence. Né? Eu se tornei campeão quando eu venci o Michael Chandler. No dia que eu tive a oportunidade. Depois que eu venci ele, de lá pra cá eu sou campeão.
No, I told you guys from previous interviews, like I was champion, I earned the belt. I came from 9 straight wins. So I've been acting like defending the belt or just what I'm building my legacy on. So I didn't come here to just win the belt. So no, I felt like I was a champion from the moment I earned that belt.
The win streak you're on with Poirier, Chandler, Ferguson, I mean, amazing wins. Where does Gaethje rank among those? Is he better than them? Is not so? Where do you feel he stacks up against them?
Suas últimas vitórias da sua carreira estão completamente impressionantes, né? Então, o que você acha que o Justin Gaethje traz também, que ele lutou com oponentes duros, diferente dos que você vem lutando?
Olha, ele já lutou com grandes nomes. Ele é um cara duríssimo, merece todo o respeito do mundo. Mas o campeão tem nome, se chama Charles Oliveira. Esse que é o importante.
You know, I have a lot of respect for him. He's a hard-working guy. He's a real fighter. He fought great names. He's been here a while, but the champion is called Charles Oliveira, and I'm the champion.
People look at him as the most violent, the most dangerous guy in the division. Do you see him that way?
Os fãs, todo mundo acha que é o cara mais violento da divisão, o cara que bate mais duro da divisão. Você concorda com isso?
Olha, quando eu lutei com o Cucuy, todo mundo falava que ele era um monstro. E vocês viram o que aconteceu. Já saí disso aqui para provar mais uma vez que o campeão se chama Charles Oliveira.
Guys, you see when I fight. He fought a guy for 3 rounds. I knocked him out with my left hand. So whatever the hype is, whatever the talk is, I don't listen to the champion. It's called Charles Oliveira. Is going to stay this way.
As you said, he's a hardworking, respectful guy, very confident, but he does say some things like, I'm going to break him and things like that. Does it bother you when he says things like that, or is that just what a guy should be saying ahead of a fight?
Você sabe que ele é um cara que é respeitoso, trabalho bom, trabalho duro, treina forte, mas eles falam as coisas, né, para fazer a propaganda da luta. Diz que vai botar um buraco na tua cara, que vai te nocautear. Essa coisa que eles falam te afeta de algum jeito?
Cada um vende a luta da forma de que quer, do jeito que quer, né? Falar não faz diferença nenhuma. Se todo mundo que falasse fizesse, seria mais fácil a gente colocar um papagaio aqui. Eu vim aqui para fazer.
Listen, to each their own. A lot of people approach the fight differently. People talk, people don't like to talk. If I like to talk, I'd bring a parrot up in here instead of myself. So I like to talk, I like to leave my fight talking for me. And he can say whatever he wants. It does not bother me. I'm only worried about what I'm going to do to do the fight.
Last thing for me, a win here. I mean, obviously you're calling shots. I mean, what's important for you in your championship reign? Is it fighting in Brazil again? Is it names that you want to beat? What matters for you in your championship reign?
Essa última pergunta minha que ele vai fazer para você. O que importa para você no ranking Ultimate agora que você é campeão? Depois disso, qual é o seu plano? Lutar de novo, defender, ir para o Brasil, lutar no Brasil? Tá pensando em alguma coisa no futuro depois dessa luta?
Olha, a gente tem que fazer uma coisa de cada vez. Eu quero fazer história, eu quero fazer acontecer. Com certeza, vencendo agora, eu queria muito defender meu cinturão no Brasil, em São Paulo, na minha casa.
Guys, I take one step at a time. My job now is to defend my title, win this fight. However, I would love to be able to fight in São Paulo, in Brazil, to defend again my belt in my house.
Charles, I wonder, I mean, to follow up on a little bit of what Jon was saying, Justin fashions himself as a very unique, special type of fighter in this division. A lot of conversation about you having to walk through hell to beat him. And I wonder for you, I mean, does he present any problems that you think you haven't seen before? Like, do you see a different fighter in there?
Todo mundo acha que o Gaethje na divisão traz problemas que outros não trazem. Tem um aqui que não para, que só anda para frente, que dá pancada muito forte, que é brigador, como você fala. Você acha que tem a sua estratégia para a luta vai ser alguma coisa diferente?
Olha, ele é um cara que ele anda para frente. Eu também só ando para frente. Tem 2 carretas batendo de frente. Eu tô pronto. Eu sou lutador de MMA. Eu tô pronto, tanto em pé quanto no chão.
Listen, it's a truck. It only moves forward, and I only move forward. So there's definitely going to be a collision. There's definitely going to be a clash. I'm not a jiu-jitsu fighter anymore. I'm a complete MMA fighter. I want everybody to know. It seems like guys are not getting the picture. We're definitely going to collide, and I'm the champion.
Yeah, I mean, you look at your title reign, I think it's probably up there for one of the most entertaining title reigns we've ever seen from any champion in any division. And I wonder for you, what is it about your approach to this game that causes these kind of wild, crazy car crash type of fights?
Você tá vendo fazer legado das lutas mais interessantes, mais eletrizantes do Ultimate, agora do UFC, né? E cai, levanta, tá realmente desenvolvendo uma história, legado impressionante de acompanhar, de ver você crescer. O que é que você atribui isso tudo?
Olha, eu entrei no UFC não para ser mais um. Eu entrei no UFC para ser o cara ser lembrado, para deixar um legado. É isso que eu quero fazer.
Listen, guys, I told you I didn't come here to just be a champion one time. I came here to make history, to build my legacy, to never be forgotten. And I'm here on a mission.
I mean, one aspect of that, too, I wonder, like, when it's grimy, when it's bloody, when your back is against the wall, why are you able to succeed and thrive where it seems like others struggle?
Quero uma pergunta dele que quando tu tá no fogo ali, sangrando, suado, com as costas ali no octagônio, quando é que você acha que é energia para voltar e ganhar a luta ainda? Onde é que você encontra esse espírito de lutador?
Olha, sou escolhido por Deus, né? Toda honra e toda glória vem para Ele.
Listen, I was chosen. I'm different. I'm chosen. God chose me to do this for a living, and I'm different than everybody else in my weight class.
Well, then last one from me. A lot has been made over the past few years about sort of this evolution of Justin Gaethje, and I wonder for you, when you look at him, like how different is the guy you're seeing from the fighter from a few years ago? Like, do you think this evolution's overblown, or can you see the tangible difference?
Todo mundo fala dessa rápida evolução do Justin Gaethje, disse que ele chegou no Ultimate, no UFC, né? Diz que está evoluindo muito. Todo mundo fala que a evolução dele é evolução. Você acha que você acha que você evoluiu, que ele evoluiu tanto desde que chegou aqui? Em que ele evoluiu tanto?
Olha, ele é um cara completo, né? Ele é um cara que tem um wrestling bom, tem uma mão pesada, né? Mas eu venho olhando muito naquilo que eu venho evoluindo, quanto que eu venho crescendo, quanto que eu venho evoluindo. Isso aí vocês vão ver, isso aí é notável, quanto que eu cresci, quanto que eu evoluí.
Look, guys, he's improved his striking even better. He's got great wrestling. He's a complete fighter. He's a high-level fighter. Complete wrestling, great skills, great boxing. But I'm really not concerned or haven't been paying attention on what his evolution. I'm way more focused on my evolution, how much I've gotten better.
Hi, Charles, over here. Having fought both Tony Ferguson and Michael Chandler, what's your prediction for how that fight goes?
Como você já lutou com os ambos, né? Com o Tony Ferguson e com o Michael Chandler, qual é a sua predição para a luta?
Cara, são dois grandes lutadores, né? O Tony é um cara que é difícil de lutar, é um cara que trabalha muito bem na longa, trabalha muito bem os cotovelos, tem um jiu-jitsu muito bom. E o Michael Chandler é um cara duríssimo. Qualquer mão pode nocautear. É uma luta que quem estiver mais bem preparado vai levar.
I believe it's going to be a clash of war. Like Tony's got great striking, great elbows, very diverse striker. Chandler's a powerhouse, comes forward with punches and get great conditioning. I really believe it's going to come down to who comes more prepared and who fights better than the other fight.
I got to ask too, where'd you get that suit?
Tá perguntando se você comprou o terno.
Pô, aqui é do Camargo, né? Tem que andar sempre alinhado. O Camargo sempre vindo trazendo meus ternos, sempre fazendo coisas legais comigo. Então, só gratidão, Camargo.
Camargo?
Alfataria do Camargo.
It's Camaro. It's his own tailor that has been taking care of him since the beginning. So he's got his own tailor, and he appreciates it. Did a shout out because it keeps him looking sharp with new suits.
Just want to ask quickly, follow up on something we were just talking about in terms of when the fight gets grimy, bloody. You really seem to do much better than a lot of your opponents, and I wonder when did that switch flip for you? Like when do you feel like that kind of turned on in your head of this is my type of moments I can thrive when it comes to your career?
Acho que ele está perguntando o que mudou na sua cabeça, porque essas últimas lutas agora você está sendo knockdown e se levanta e mostra muito coração, muito desejo. E perguntou o que mudou, o que foi o tique na tua cabeça que mudou para sempre voltar da diversão, da diversidade e subir por cima e ganhar a luta depois de ser knockdown, depois de levar pancada, depois de estar sangrando, tu se levanta e tu ganha a luta. Quando é que mudou a tua cabeça? Quando é que flip do switch?
Cara, acho que a chave mudou quando minha filha nasceu, né? Quando minha filha nasceu, eu queria ser alguém, eu queria dar algo melhor para ela, né? Eu queria poder dar aquilo que meus pais não puderam dar para mim, né? E aí as coisas vêm acontecendo, o espírito, você querer, você cair no chão, levantar, você mostrar que você é o campeão, você mostrar que você veio de verdade, você ter fé que Deus vai te mostrar o caminho da vitória, esse é o caminho.
Everything changed for me the day my daughter was born. When she came in, I think it changed me all around. It made me a better man. I don't know what quit is. I don't stop. If I get knocked down 8 times, I get back 9. So that's when everything changed for me for the better. I have my head straight. It was really, really because of my daughter.
Charles
What-
over here. This week, this event was originally rumored to take place in your home country of Brazil. Now you're fighting Gaethje in his home state of Arizona. Do you like fighting in hostile territory, or do you prefer to have the crowd behind you?
Originalmente isso é para ter sido no Brasil, mas mudaram, né? Para aqui para frente, que é a casa dele. Você importa para você? Você queria ter sido a luta do Brasil? Ou faz alguma diferença que a luta é aqui em Phoenix, na casa dele?
Lógico, seria muito bom se a luta fosse no Brasil, na minha casa, mas o octógono é o mesmo em qualquer lugar do mundo. Estou pronto para lutar, estou pronto para fazer história.
Listen, guys, of course, I would have been great, super happy if the fight was in Brazil. I will have that chance, but an octagon is octagon anywhere in the world, and I'm here to make history.
And on this current streak, you've won and defended the belt, you've made money, but you've also gained many new fans around the world. What are some things you say or do to use your platform positively and continue to be a role model for kids and fighters out there?
Depois dessas tantas lutas, tantas vitórias, você ficar campeão, virar campeão, a sua vida mudar, o que você faz para continuar a ficar ainda sendo tanto humilde, com os pés no chão, regado no seu treino e motivado para treinar?
Isso é de berço, irmão. Isso aqui não é conquistado com o tempo. Isso é de berço, desde quando você nasce. Você tem que saber de onde você saiu, de onde você está e onde você quer chegar. Pé no chão, humildade sempre.
This from the cradle. This for my parents to never, no matter what, to believe in myself that I'll succeed, but I always keep my feet grounded. I always remember where I came from. I always remember my origins, take care of my people, and keeps working out. Keep staying humble. Humble is the way that I was taught by my parents. This is not something that I learned in my fight career. This was instilled in me by my parents. Hard work, being humble, and never change the person that I am. And always keep giving back to my community. I'm not going to change who I am. It doesn't matter how famous I get.
Just one for you here, Charles. Kind of on that tip, Dustin Poirier made good on his donation to kind of help your community out. Can you just say what that means to you to have that come through ahead of this fight?
Tu viu que Dustin, né, fez a doação para a sua caridade. O que você acha, né, que ele fez uma coisa tão bacana assim para você?
Pô, com certeza. Né, isso mostra o quanto homem ele é, falar isso em cima do octógono depois de ter vindo de derrota, de um sonho, que é se tornar campeão e perder, e o cara prometer e cumprir. Então só tenho gratidão, isso aí vai ajudar muito as crianças da nossa comunidade.
It shows to everyone in the world who the man that Poirier is. To offer to make a donation for my cause after losing a title fight to me, it's got to have a person with true character and a real man. So I really appreciate it. I'm very grateful for the donation. It's going to help a lot of kids in my community.
Shogun, I guess for you at this point in your career, what is fight week like? I mean, are there nerves? Is it fun? Are there emotions? What is fight week like for you at this point?
Eu fico nervoso igual ainda, como se fosse uma estreia, mas graças a Deus não me atrapalha na minha performance, né? E é uma coisa que eu lido há 20 anos já, né? Então, tive minhas lutas, acompanhei outros atletas também. Então, é uma coisa que faz parte da minha vida, com certeza, é uma coisa que eu vou levar para o resto da minha vida.
Well, at this point, I still get nervous as a beginner, as a debut, let's say. But at the same time, I'm used to dealing with it, as it has been part of my career for 20 years, and it's something I'm gonna carry on and treasure and remember for as long as I live.
A year and a half, I guess, at this point since you've competed. What I guess what has your focus been, and how much has mixed martial arts played a role in your daily life during this time away?
1 ano e meio, mais ou menos, desde que você competiu a última vez. O quanto que o MMA foi parte da sua vida nesse meio tempo e no dia a dia, sem estar lutando?
Na verdade, eu não pude lutar, treinar por causa de uma lesão no meu braço, mas eu me dediquei à fisioterapia, ao recovery, e eu fui treinar aquilo que eu podia treinar, né? Então, enquanto estiver na ativa lutando, eu vou estar me dedicando à luta. E, como eu falei, eu machuquei meu braço e aos poucos eu fui voltando a fazer aquilo que não me atrapalhava.
Well, I injured my arm in my last fight, so early on I couldn't do much during that hiatus, but I kept doing whatever was possible, like physical therapy, recovery, and all this process. And gradually I start to get MMA back into my life, the fight training itself, and then I start to prepare and to move on, of course.
I guess it's a crazy thing. This will be your first fight week as a 40-year-old Shogun Rua. I mean, we think about the young days. Is it crazy for you to even think of that age?
É muito louco, a sua primeira Fight Week com 40 anos, né? E você então sempre foi, né, garoto, sucesso muito cedo, tal. Como é que você se sente? É muito louco isso de estar fazendo essa luta com 40 anos?
Na verdade eu estou me sentindo novo ainda, né? E na shootbox eu tinha um apelido que era Novilho, que eu era o mais novo da galera que lutava, né? Então eu era o mais novo. Hoje já sou um dos mais coroa do meu treino assim já, né? Mas eu me sinto bem pra caramba, eu faço sparring bem, ainda tô treinando bem, tenho motivação, então estou me sentindo jovem ainda.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because for many years in shootbox I was they had a nickname for me, Novilho. I don't know how to translate that because it's like a like a young bull kind of, you know what I mean? Like a baby bull or whatever. And now I'm one of the oldest guys in the mat on my training, you know, so it's kind of funny. But thank God I'm able to train well. I'm feeling good. I do good sparring, so it doesn't really affect me. I'm enjoying it.
Is there a Portuguese word for old bull that we can start using for him?
Tem uma palavra em português, um apelido, já que Novilho era teu apelido de garoto, para um boi que está mais velho também, ou não?
Não, era só Novilho quando eu era mais novo da shootbox.
No, Novilho when I was younger at shootbox is enough.
A rematch, I'm sure, obviously anytime you lose, people want to get that one back. But is this specifically a fight that you've ever thought about having again between then and now?
Essa luta com o Saint Preux era uma luta que especificamente você pensava em ter essa revanche? Uma coisa que passava na tua cabeça?
Não pensava, mas eu sei que poderia acontecer, porque o UFC buscou essa luta já em 2014, essa revanche, daí eu no Japão.
Não, 2014 foi a primeira.
Ah, tá certo.
2016 ou 17.
2016 no Japão, não aconteceu a luta. Então eu sabia que poderia acontecer a qualquer momento. Então o UFC ofereceu essa luta e eu fiquei feliz. Mesmo sabendo que o Saint Preux é um cara muito duro, muito bom, mas eu fiquei feliz com essa revanche.
Well, actually we were supposed to fight before, so we did the first fight in 2014, and then later UFC wanted to do the rematch. We almost fought some years ago, I think it was 2017 in Japan, but I got injured, the fight couldn't happen, so you never know what's going to happen. It was something that was there, to happen eventually, and thank God UFC wanted it, we talked about it, and it's now going to take place, so I'm excited, I'm motivated for it.
Last thing for me, obviously everybody wants to know the future. What does the future hold, I guess? Have you made that decision, and kind of where do you see your career, knowing how you feel at this moment?
Todo mundo quer saber do teu futuro natural. Você já tomou uma decisão? O que você quer para o futuro da sua carreira? O que você pensa para o futuro?
Já decidi, já vou fazer essa luta mais uma, de encerrar minha carreira. Então, numa dessas eu pretendo parar esse ano já. Então, eu quero fazer mais 2 lutas e daí eu vou encerrar minha carreira.
Yeah, I already made up my mind. I want to do 2 fights, this one and one last, and then retire. That's what I put as a goal, and hopefully, maybe, who knows, I can do both this year and then retire in 2022, but you never know. Either way, I want to do 2 fights and retire.
And I guess just follow, I mean, for that last one, is there a name, or does it do you want it to take place in Brazil? I mean, are there specific things you want around it, or is it just another fight?
Falando da última luta próxima, você teria alguma coisa em mente em relação ao local, adversário, país, alguma coisa assim?
Não penso ainda na última luta, mas não penso, não vou encerrar ainda. Na verdade, eu penso só no São Paulo, depois eu penso com calma, mas nada definido ainda. Sobre data, local, nada.
No, actually I don't think about it, because right now I only think about Saint Preux and the fight Saturday, so it doesn't make sense to think about place or whoever. After this fight, then I'm going to start to think about it.
Thank you.
To follow up on that, Shogun, I mean, you've been very open in the lead up to this fight about where you are in your career and, being near the end of it. But I wonder, did you realize that this week is actually the 12-year anniversary of the week that you won the UFC title, and that Sunday will actually be that 12-year anniversary? And I guess your thoughts on the cyclical nature of that.
Você tem falado muito essa semana sobre, tudo que está acontecendo, do 20 anos de carreira, isso, aquilo. Mas se você já parou para pensar que agora essa semana também vai ser o aniversário de 12 anos do seu título mundial no Canadá, e se isso, o que você acha disso, desse ciclo, assim, de estar mais essa data completando 12 anos desse título?
Fico muito feliz. Eu acho que a hora que eu parar de lutar, eu vou ser um cara realizado com a minha carreira e grato a Deus por tudo que Deus me deu. E com certeza eu vejo a minha carreira um todo com muitas glórias, e para mim é um motivo de felicidade, para mim tudo isso.
Well, yeah, thank God. I mean, I get very happy with it, because thank God I feel like I'm very accomplished, and blessed with all the things that happened in my career. And I think, o que você falou no final mesmo? Yeah, so whenever I retire, I'll be a very happy and accomplished guy, feeling that I realized pretty much everything I wanted out of my career.
Obviously, you have a lot on your mind this week with the fight, but I wonder, just 12 years ago, that time, like when you think back on it, what stands out to you? What do you remember about that week and that night?
O que você se lembra quando você pensa nesse título 12 anos atrás, daquela semana, daquela luta, daquela noite, alguma memória, o que vem na tua cabeça?
Eu acho que ele como se fosse ontem, e uma equipe na Fight Week, preparação para a luta, o camp, e olho para trás e vejo esse título, para mim é uma recordação de dever cumprido, de maior sonho da vida. Acho que todo mundo tem esse sonho de ser campeão do UFC. Com certeza quem luta MMA tem esse sonho. Então, para mim é um motivo de missão cumprida e de ter realizado um grande sonho.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it as it was yesterday when I look back and think about the fight week and the training camp and being around my team and how we prepare for the fight and everything that went on. It brings me great memories, and the biggest feeling I get from it is of having accomplished my mission, of having fulfilled my dream, because everybody that fights and trains to fight dreams of being a UFC champion. So to be able to have achieved that gives me that sense of having fulfilled my duties, you know what I mean? That's pretty much it.
And just to follow up on that, obviously we'll have a lot more time in the future to be reflective on your career and look back and things like that. But I do wonder, for me personally, growing up, your fights in Pride really got me into the sport, and there were some of the fights that really, motivated my love of the sport. And when you look back on that time in your career, I just wonder what are your favorite performances of your own? Like what fights stand out to you when you look back?
Quando você se lembra da sua época no Pride, de todas as lutas e glórias e tal, então tantas memórias importantes, o que vem na tua cabeça? Quais as memórias ou as lutas mais saudosas tuas no Pride, assim, na tua cabeça?
Do Pride? Eu acho que para mim, toda luta foi importante, porque toda luta que eu venci fez eu chegar do cinturão, Se eu perco no caminho, não chega a testosterona. Então, toda vitória é importante, né? Mas, com certeza, se eu escolher uma, eu escolheria a contra o Arona, que me deu o título mundial. E ali mudou, o pessoal começou a me ver como uma realidade, né? Não como um futuro, né? Então, eu apontaria a luta com o Arona no GP do Pride.
Well, I look at every fight that I had and that I won pretty much as very important, because in the end, every fight, I mean, means the sequence of your career, you know. So you gotta keep winning, and every time you win, it means something. The title fights won't happen without the other wins. So I treasure all the fights that I won. And talking about pride is the same, but I think the fight that comes to my mind, if I had to pick one, is the title fight against Ricardo Arona, because it was when I became a reality, when people stopped seeing me as a prospect, but started to take me for real and consider me a reality. So that's the fight that I think about the most if I had to pick one from Pride.
Was 2005 the greatest single year for any MMA fighter in history? I think some people say it's the greatest year any fighter's ever had. Do you believe it is?
Você acha que o ano de 2005 foi o ano mais incrível que algum atleta de MMA já teve, o seu ano de 2005? Que muita gente acha que nenhum atleta conseguiu um ano tão incrível igual você naquele ano de 2005.
I believe it is, of course.
Yes!
Didn't even wait for the translation.
Hey, Shogun over here. When you do fight your last fight and your career is all said and done, what do you want your fans to remember most about you as a fighter and as a person?
Quando você se aposentar e tiver tudo encerrado, como que você gostaria que os fãs se lembrassem de você como lutador e como pessoa?
Eu acho que a gente que luta, a gente tem que ser exemplo dentro do octógono e fora também, né? É igual o cara que só na vida faixa preta de qualquer modalidade. Ele só na faixa preta da vida e da arte marcial. Então eu quero ser um exemplo, não só dentro do octógono, mas também fora, como uma pessoa também exemplar também fora do octógono também.
I think every fighter needs to aspire to be an example or a role model, not only inside the octagon but also outside the octagon. So I think that's the duty of every fighter, and that's how I take it. I want to be remembered for what I did inside the cage, but also for how I represented things outside the cage.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Justin, you've been in this position before, obviously fighting for an undisputed title, but can you even compare the circumstances? I mean, not traveling halfway around the world, you know, fighting here in Arizona versus that. I mean, I got to imagine fight week itself feels a hell of a lot different.
Yeah, way different. I've seen the sun like 5 times now. I didn't see the sun for like 12 days in Abu Dhabi, other than when we went to the press conference. Circumstances are 1,000% different, and I am blessed to be able to have that.
I wonder, too, if the opponent is different in certain ways. Like Khabib had these, like, mythical qualities about him in his career, and whereas not that Charles isn't just as dangerous, if not more, but doesn't have that about him. Does that change the mindset as well?
Yeah, I think so. They're definitely not the same athlete, and Charles certainly is not more dangerous than Khabib. His ability to take damage is not the same, proven through the times we've seen him fight. So, you know, all my criticism of Charles is from a kid that we were talking about, that we all watched grow, and now we're talking about a man with confidence. It's a different person, but ultimately, the same Charles is still there. Same Charles that fought Cub Swanson, same Charles that fought Donald Cerrone, same Charles that fought RDA, Pettis. Choices were made in that by him, and the choice to quit was made. And I'm going to give him that choice on Saturday night. I guarantee that.
It's interesting because the narrative is like that he used to quit, and a lot of people say, yeah, but he's answered that. He doesn't quit anymore.
That's fine. I think that's true. However, you know, once a coward, always a coward. I'm not calling him a coward, but I'm saying that's you can't just take that away. It's there. Khabib never showed you that, and that's why you can't compare those two.
And speaking about yourself, I mean, as you said, the circumstance is vastly different, opponent vastly different. But anything that you took out of that first time that you said, man, I screwed this up, I should have approached it differently, you know, lessons learned?
Yeah, I mean, a tactic was going to be to evade, and that was the first and only time I've ever had that mindset, and, you know, it won't happen on Saturday. If he marches through me, then good for him, but I won't be moving backwards.
Last thing for me, I think it's interesting. Like, your legacy is already secure as one of the most respected, you know, most entertaining fighters in the sport. But what would this win mean for you? I mean, what would a championship do for you? Does it change anything at all?
Yeah, it's huge, especially who we're talking about. You know, Charles, that's a man with confidence. It's by far going to be my biggest accomplishment in this game, in this sport. These are the good old days, and I can wait, but one day I'll get to look back, and all of this will be special.
Justin, right here. I mean, man, you've had some all-time moments in this area here downtown. I mean, I remember 7 years ago, the Luis Palomino series back-to-back at Comerica.
Yeah, we'll be there tomorrow for a press conference.
Some of the loudest crowds still I've ever heard in my life, and it was only a couple thousand. I wonder, just does this area have good vibes to you? Like, does it have good memories that you carry for it this week?
Yeah, absolutely. All of my most competitive situations when I was learning about competition are in this valley. I was 3 hours from here, but we had to drive here on the weekends to wrestle. And, yeah. You know, I'm going to have a ton of family, ton of friends, but countless people that have seen me grow in this valley, wrestling in different duels and tournaments. I remember as a senior, I think it was called, I want to say Westwood, or I don't know, they're blue and orange. And when you're the guy, everyone wants to see you lose. And I was in a tough situation, and I had the entire gym against me. 8th grade state championship. I lost because I was too aggressive. The ref said I was being too aggressive, and I was pushing the guy out. So he gave him a couple extra points, and I lost that match. Every single person in there wanted me to lose. And then when I did dirty like that, they all booed that guy on the stage when he was on top of that podium, because I earned people's respect. Whether they want me to win or they want me to lose, my effort earns your respect, and that's all I'm here for.
Does it blow your mind to think that those Palomino fights were 7 years ago? I mean, do you even recognize that guy who was in those fights anymore?
I mean, that's a different guy, just like we're talking about a different Charles. I mean, with age comes wisdom, and every single fight you learn so much. So, yeah, those are, again, some of the best times that I've had in this sport, in this valley. Time flies. I wish it would slow down. You know, I tell everybody I meet that time, it does not slow down from here on out. So, yeah, you just have to embrace the opportunities, and I thank God daily for the opportunities I have to inspire people from around the world.
Charles, I mean, he's such a unique type of champion, right? Because he doesn't have this aura of invincibility. We've seen him lose, and even in these last few fights, we've seen him get really badly hurt, but it almost seems like he's his most dangerous when he's in that point where he's sort of in those blood and guts moments. How unique is that for you? And, I mean, how can you circumvent those type of challenges?
Yeah, I mean, that is normal for a fighter. When you choose fight over flight, that's the only way. And, yeah, he has done a great job. I think his opponents really made some mistakes. I think Chandler whooped his ass first round, got too overconfident, and that's why the shot was so effective. He forgot how much danger he was in. If they're awake, they are dangerous, and someone on the brink of dying is the most dangerous, especially when they choose fight. And so you can never take your foot off the gas, and you can never be overconfident in that arena, because anything, anytime, that's why I'm such a fan of the sport. One shot.
Well, last one for me. I mean, you've certainly seemed to touch a chord with him a little bit with some of the stuff you've been saying. I mean, when he was in here 20 minutes ago, he promised a collision, and he said, quote, guys are just not getting the picture. And I wonder your response.
Yeah. I create car crashes, and I am the object with the most force. So, same mass. If he wants to play that game, I'm more than happy. He won't. He will have to. This will be just like Tony Ferguson. He will try to get this to the ground, and he will be stuck fighting my fight. That's the name of the game.
Hi, Justin, over here to your left. Speaking of Tony Ferguson, going into his fight with Michael Chandler, you fought both men. What's your prediction for how that fight goes?
I'm really focused on my fight. I don't know. Tony is a conundrum, and if you fight him a certain way, he's beatable. If you don't, then if you fight his fight, again, Pettis, RDA, those guys were probably better, but they fought a dirty fight, and you don't want to fight a dirty fight with Tony Ferguson.
Mm-hmm. And being so close to home, how are you going to celebrate this win? And, after years of being away or having not fought in Arizona?
I don't even know if I'll be alive on May 8th. I really hope so because it's Mother's Day, and if I am, I'll be with my mom.
Justin, right here. We had Joe Lauzon in here earlier, and he was kind of asked about your fighting style, and he said, quote, he would light himself on fire just to try to burn the other person a little bit. What do you think of that description?
Dude, one day when I'm done, a story is being written. There is a method to the madness, and I can guarantee and promise you that. There has been since day one. And when I accomplish this on Saturday night, you guys will all have to look back and watch the journey and understand the decisions that I've been making are for a reason.
I know you said a couple of years ago you only have X amount of wars left in you. I assume the Michael Chandler fight kind of ticked that down by one.
How was that a war? That was boring.
First round.
That shit was. He hit me 4 times in the first round, once in the second because the ref let him, and after that, nothing.
Do you think people maybe overplay that fight? Oh, it was almost.
I mean, it was
fight of the year.
It was awesome, but internally in there felt slow and a little bit boring, to be honest with you. Because in my mind, I had to win. First time I've ever had to win and not finish somebody. I didn't like it, but it's the reason why I'm talking to you right now.
And I know you and Rose and Kamaru have done the camps together a few times now. Can you just tell us what this iteration of it was like, fighting on the same card as Rose?
Yeah, I mean, we draw inspiration from each other. She's, number 1, number 2 pound for pound female in the world. Kamaru's number 1 pound for pound male in the world. Surround yourself with people that will push you, inspire you. And that's, my job to them and their job to me. We feed off of each other.
And lastly, I'm just curious about the exchanges with Nate Diaz on social media over the past few days.
What do you say? That motherfucker's lost over 15 times. Like, come on. So for him to be criticizing me for 1 loss, I found it funny. And I think he's jealous because he's done. He'll never be here. He'll never be fighting for a world championship. And he'll never achieve a world championship. In the history books, I'm already a world champion, and I don't like it, and I don't accept it. I need to make it right on Saturday, but I'll be in the Hall of Fame. He should be too, but just because, the fans love him.
Was there ever talks of you and Nate fighting?
Of course not. I know I heard he turned down Khabib about 20 times, so for him to shit on me for losing to Khabib, I find that hilarious.
On Saturday you said...
But if he's fighting Kamzat next, then I got to give him some credit.
You don't see that fight going his way?
I don't know. Of course not. but again, I'm a fan of the sport because anything can happen at any time. But he doesn't. What's he gonna? He's not gonna out wrestle him. He doesn't even have the power to shut someone's light out on accident. So, no chance. He is a 0% chance. 1% chance.
All right, Justin, what is that war count? Last I heard it was at 5?
It's at 5. I haven't had one since.
Okay.
The Khabib fight I lost, but, medically, there's not much repercussions when it comes to being choked for 10 seconds. It's not a TBI. Your brain doesn't start losing, it's not enough depletion of oxygen for your brain to start dying. The ref was there. I did tap, but I had to go to sleep for a few seconds. Again, I would rather get knocked out than choked out, but for long-term health, I would rather be choked out than knocked out.
Justin, right here. I don't think many people know that your mom is of Mexican descent. This is obviously an important week in Hispanic culture. Does it mean anything to you to be fighting on the same week as Cinco de Mayo? I'm sure that was a big deal for your mom.
Yeah, in Arizona, I'm walking out to Vicente Fernandez El Rey. That'll be my walkout song. Yep. My mom asked me to do that. I have a video of my tata before he passed away, like 3 months before he passed away, singing that song. It was his favorite mariachi singer.
Hey, Justin, over here. You mentioned that Charles will be trying to get this fight to the ground, and while you've exhibited great takedown defense in your pro MMA career, your wrestling career, his grappling is a bit unconventional. He typically tries to secure takedowns against the cage rather than shooting for double legs in the middle of the octagon. So how do you see your different grappling styles matching up, and will you look to control the center of the octagon?
Yeah, I mean, the double leg he hit on Chandler was impressive. If that didn't happen, I would say he's got trips, and he falls into position well. So yeah, obviously I can't be on the cage ever.
And the day this fight was announced, you were actually on the Toxic Masculinity podcast with two Arizona legends, UFC Hall of Famers Dan Severn and Don Fry. You mentioned how you come from a generation of copper miners, and you even worked in a copper mine one summer in high school, and you said that's why you're still getting punched in the face, because you chose this line of work over that. Was there ever a moment that you believed you'd work in a copper mine field one day, or did you always know you'd be a professional fighter?
I probably, growing up, thought that would be my job. That's 3 generations, both sides of my family. That's what we do. Mm-hmm. I wanted to be a professional quarterback in the NFL, but size came into play, and that's not an option. And when I was growing up, this wasn't even an option as a career, necessarily, until Ultimate Fighter 2002. I'm in 8th grade when that happens. 1992, my dad had a little black box. We stole the pay-per-views. I remember watching Tank Abbott fight. And I fell in love with the sport, but I never once thought this was an option until I tried it, took my first fight, loved it, thought maybe I should do that again. And then I was fighting Eddie Alvarez on a pay-per-view. And so I probably always thought I'd be in a copper mine.
Thank you.
Justin, just real quick, I wonder how much of Safford can we expect to invade downtown Phoenix this week?
The population's 8,000. I would say at least half.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be insane.
Justin, can I just ask very quickly, can you just put into words what it would feel like to become champion should you win on Saturday?
I can't think about that. I can't process that. The only thing I envision is I've envisioned it like about 4 times, him going to sleep. I don't know how he went to sleep, but I know I wasn't asleep. I want it to be as pure as possible, but it's going to feel amazing. Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
What's up?
It was championship fight week, nothing new to you at this point in your career, but I mean, is there still like a special vibe or something different about, a title fight?
Yeah, every fight's the next special fight, Gosh, yeah, it's everyone's unique in itself, but yeah, there's certain similarities and things that you're used to, but yeah, I'm really excited to be here.
How about this one in particular in putting you back to a place mentally, almost 8 years ago, right? I mean, have you during this fight week reflected on like who you were and what you were feeling during that time?
Yeah, mainly because y'all keep asking me about it. But no, of course I have. I've reflected a lot about it. And I am a completely different person, obviously. I think it shows in my fights, but just sitting, on this side of things and just internally, I'm definitely spiritually, mentally, physically. I mean, obviously, I think over 8 years, you should be getting better, like physically growing up and stuff. But spiritually, I feel like I'm just like totally transformed and really just in love with every moment and really blessed.
I think that's what I was going to ask you. Like, when you talk about the growth between then and now, like, what do you think is more important to your success? Like, the tactics and the techniques and how you've grown as a martial artist, or, the mentality and the confidence and the spirituality and how you've grown as a person?
Yeah, I mean, of course, tactics are very important. I think all of it is, actually, Greg said this before, like fighting, everybody talks about fighting is 10% this, 10% that, 90% this. It's like, it's 100% everything. All of my being is put into it, every aspect. But I mean, yes, I think just the order and priority of things is what's most important. And that's, your spiritual first. And then I think everything else kind of falls into place from there. But it's still a process. And getting to this point, all the checks have to be, you know what I'm saying? Or all the boxes have to be checked. And I did that.
Have you been able to identify why you're so successful in rematches? Like, is there something that you glean from the first time around that helps you?
Yeah, that's a question I get a lot for this fight, and it's my ability to learn from my mistakes, be in the present moment, and be able to adapt and adjust. I think that's the qualities of a true champion, is being able to reinvent yourself and be able to adjust to the different things that are thrown at you, because it's not always going to be the same thing, but you got to still be in control of yourself at all times and sometimes get out of your comfort zone. So that's what I'm really good at.
Is this one any different at all? Because some of your rematches obviously been back-to-back. Even Tisha was, 8 years, right? I mean, do all those lessons still apply here or not?
All of the different rematches?
No, it's all those things that you just mentioned for, is this such a unique scenario with so much time in between that maybe this is a different situation than the other ones?
Yeah, I think all of these fights are unique to themselves. I think that all of the learning lessons I take in with me, but I just apply it as needed. And some of the things I might not need, and then some of the things I might need and need to call upon. And sometimes there's improvisation. But I think ultimately, it's really about discipline, consistency, and sticking to the game plan for this fight. And that's gonna be the key to my success.
Last thing for me, win here. Have you thought about what comes next and what you want to accomplish? Do you look at names of the rest of the division? You've beaten all the big stars. Are you looking at other names, or is this more about something you want to do in totality of your own, legacy? What is it?
This for sure is, if there was ever a time just to be focused on this one, it's definitely this fight. Carla is no joke. She's very worthy and is a huge... would be a huge accomplishment to be able to beat her and avenge this loss. So that's all that I'm thinking about. And obviously there's other girls in the division. There's always going to be. But yeah, she's the biggest test and the biggest challenge for me at the moment.
Rose over here.
Mm-hmm.
You and Carla essentially kicked off this party for the strawweight division and started this division in the UFC, 8 years ago at this point. So I wonder, 8 years later down the line, when you look around and you look at what 15 has become, what do you see?
Oh man, I see a great story. If you're a fan, you're in for a great ride. I think what I see is I'm clearly the best. Obviously, it's just a question of whether I'm the greatest in the division of all time, and I think this is a huge step towards that for me, and that's the big test. So I think everybody is when they think about the strawweights, they think about Joanna. I think is probably the most just during her time. She came around at a time where the level of competition just wasn't even close to hers. So I think that's I guess what I'm looking to do is to try to set myself apart, because I'm clearly the best, but I think in the last fight maybe it was kind of close, and you know what I'm saying. So I've really been working my butt off to just make sure that I can set that distance between all of us.
Oh, so that's something that you're very acutely aware of like the idea of cementing a legacy and like wanting to be the greatest 115er ever or something like that?
Yeah, I used to hate the term legacy, or when people would talk about it, or just other fighters and stuff. But I think I have a different perspective on what it really means, and it's something that is very intriguing. It's a very intriguing topic. Yeah, it definitely adds a little bit of an element to like motivation in my training, and like, wow, like look at where I've come, and like look at what all is available in front of me and possible. But really, in actuality, it's like just focusing on the present and focusing on just performing my best, and then really, it's like let's see what happens. And when I do my best, y'all know I'm the best.
Does it make you proud to see how successful this division has been over the last 8 years and how much the fans have grown to love it and all of that?
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool because I know, like, just, my own bias. I love my story. I love my journey, and I wish I could, open myself up and share it with y'all even more and kind of take y'all on the ride that I'm on and just through my eyes. And I wish also vice versa that I could be a fan and watch it, watch myself fight. That would be super cool. But it's a huge, it's a really cool experience, I think, for everybody that's involved. And so really, really just grateful to be here.
Well, then last one from me. I mean, when you watch Carla in her recent fights, in what ways do you feel like she has evolved since that first fight? Or is she largely, in your opinion, the same, more or less, fighter that you fought 8 years ago?
I agree with what she said. I can't remember where it was, maybe a countdown or something, but she said she's a bigger, better version of herself, and I agree with that. I think she's, her traps are bigger. She's got bigger muscles, and she's, I would imagine she's a lot stronger. Her technique, got to be crisper, and I think a lot of girls maybe overlook her like blitz attacks and her boxing and stuff like that. So I just make sure that I look at all of those things and take that into account for my preparations. And I think she's just a bigger, better version of herself than she was 8 years ago. And I'm ready for that.
Hi, Rose, over here to your left. You're probably the leading mind on this, but when it comes to the matchup between Joanna Jędrzejczyk and Zhang Weili, you've fought them twice. How do you see that fight playing out?
Ooh, I think whoever's going to be the more technical in that fight is going to be the winner. I think the second, I don't think it's going to be such a slugfest as it was the first time. I'd have to really sit down and really think about it as far as like giving my prediction, but because they're both super technical. Joanna definitely has, I think, more of a tactical mindset, like overall in history. However, Weili is shown in her last fight that she has improved a lot as far as her knowledge, and I think she got a lot smarter after our experiences. So I think it really just comes down to who has a better game plan and who can kind of put their strategy together. So, but yeah, I'll have a better prediction when I get more time to think about that.
And Jessica Andrade had a really good return to the strawweight division. Did you catch her return, and what did you make of her submission win?
Yeah, that was quite amazing. I mean, Andrade is super unpredictable, super like her instincts in the cage is she's a wild animal, but she's super also very, very smart and unassumingly smart. So I would say that was a spectacular performance, and very happy for her.
Are you planning on celebrating the win with Justin Gaethje? Like, what are you guys going to do after the fight?
I never make plans after a fight. I usually just, I don't know what's going to happen. So I just make sure that I'm focused on the fight. But I mean, yeah, that would be great. I know he's got the house, the rental. So, maybe we'll jump in the pool or something.
Right here to your left. I'm just curious, going off that with Justin, you guys have done this a few times now. Just tell us what it's been like doing this training camp with him, and are you happy that you're fighting before him this time?
I'm very happy that I'm fighting before him. I know he gets into some crazy fights. But yeah, I'm really excited for Gaethje. I think he's definitely taken his preparation to a whole nother level. I see he's always been super gifted and special, but he's really taken the, you know, the preparation side of things to a whole nother level as far as just like being disciplined and being efficient and like cardio wise, recovery, like everything is, I think, lining up for him. So even though I'm like a huge fan of Charles, but I see him coming out as a champion, and I'm really excited to be able to share that moment with him and defend my belt.
And I'm sure, you know, keeping that belt right there is enough motivation for you to get out of bed every day. But you're human. I'm sure there's, you know, some days where you're not totally feeling it. Does going into the gym and seeing someone like Justin with his mind for fighting and his energy, does that help you lift you up maybe on some of those days?
Yeah, he definitely has a unique perspective, and he's got some wisdom as far as like, yeah, I love his perspective on life. So that definitely helps. And yeah, I think just the biggest motivation for me is just making sure that I'm doing my best every day. Make sure that one day at a time, I'm putting forth the best and, you know, 100% of myself every day, and that's all I can do. What's up? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Well, Mike Chandler, it's been nothing but big fight weeks for you since you came to the UFC. Here's another one. I guess what's the feeling like this time around?
Man, this is what I asked for. You know, I wanted to fighting so long outside the UFC. I always dreamt of coming here, putting on performances on the biggest stage possible under the brightest lights, and that's exactly what they gave me. I asked for it when I first sat down with Hunter Campbell. Laid out my intentions of what I wanted to be for the organization and inside of the organization. And here we are. I mean, the strength of schedule that I put together in 16 months with the backup for the title fight, Dan Hooker, Charles Oliveira, Justin Gaethje, and now Tony Ferguson, it's right where I wanted to be. You know, big fights, big stages, and this is no different. And I got a tough opponent ahead of me on Saturday night, ready to do the thing.
I wonder as you sit there now, like how you would categorize your UFC run, because exactly what you just said, right? Insane strength of schedule, outstanding performances, right? But if you look at just the results, I know you have high expectations for yourself. So can you be proud of what you've accomplished, or do you sit back and go like, yeah, but I didn't do what I wanted to do?
No, absolutely. I gave up trying to be perfect long ago. You know, when I got into this sport, I watched BJ Penn and Matt Hughes and George St. Pierre and Anderson Silva, all these guys that we looked up to in mixed martial arts, and they all had losses on their record, but at the time they were so dominant that they hardly ever lost. So in my mind, I said, okay, well, I'm not going to lose. There's no reason for me to lose. I'm going to be that good. Then you go through a couple losses, you grow through failure, you grow through struggle, and you realize, hey, it's all part of the process. You know, me coming in, and you look at my record thus far, 1-2 in the UFC, fighting the toughest guys on the planet at 155 pounds. Every single one of these guys and gals on the roster on any given night could lose to anybody on the roster, especially in the top 10 when you're fighting the toughest guys or gals in the world. So it's the cards have fallen how they were. I'm not too upset about a debut of the year starting 2021 and then a fight of the year capping it off at the end. 2 awards that I hold dear to my heart, and go out there, get my hand raised on Saturday night, and there's even more big fights coming up in the future.
Absolutely. Tony Ferguson is a big fight. He had the famous Dana White privilege line. We all got a big kick out of it. Everybody laughed. And then we brought it up to him today, and he doesn't find it so funny anymore. It seems like he's got a little chip on his shoulder, maybe a little anger towards the organization, I think, but maybe a little bit towards you as well. What do you make of that?
I'm sorry, Tony, but that Dana White privilege line might be the funniest thing that has ever been said on a microphone in the context of mixed martial arts. He's right. I am his boss's favorite fighter. I am Dana's favorite fighter. Dana White privilege is not on the line here. I've already got it. And no, man, it's all fun. I saw him after the press conference. It's all respect. He's going to go out there and try to take my head off, and I'm going to do the exact same thing. But when it comes to animosity, I got no animosity towards him. He's all business. Is it true? Is it blunder? Is it just words? Is it lip service? We don't know. All I know is he's going to run into a buzzsaw on Saturday night, and my Dana White privilege is not going to make a difference no matter what.
Last thing for me, obviously your track record speaks for itself, but are you thinking about rankings and title shots and what comes next, or is this all about at this point about just coming in and turning in these fan-friendly, amazing performances and then just seeing what comes next?
Man, I'm always looking at the future. I'm always looking at the game. I'm a student of the game, and now I'm a student of the lightweight division here in the UFC, how all the pieces are falling together, how people are in the rankings, who's out of the rankings, who are coming in, who is moving weight classes. There's a bunch of different stuff going on. But I truthfully think that everything in the fight business is up to time and circumstance. The reason I got the title shot back in May was the interesting set of circumstances where Conor and Poirier were tied up for a third fight. Khabib retires. In steps me and Charles Oliveira. Now, there's going to be a scenario on Saturday night where one of the two men in the main event win the fight and either retain the title or win the title, and there's not an MMA fan alive that doesn't want to see me rematch either of those guys, Charles Oliveira and especially Justin Gaethje, in a 5-round title fight. So we'll see what happens. All I know is I can take care of business on Saturday night. I'll break bread with Dana and Hunter, and we'll talk about what's next.
Mike, I wonder, pretty much the entire 6 years that Tony Ferguson was looked at as either the number 2 or number 3 lightweight in the world, you were over in Bellator, you were winning titles, you were doing a lot of stuff over there. Was this a fight that you ever daydreamed about in your spare time or thought about, or even just used this guy as a barometer for your own performances while you were over there?
Yeah, I made a decision that I was going to test free agency and hopefully most likely end up in the UFC right when the pandemic hit. And 2 months straight, I trained in my garage every single day with UFC Fight Pass on, watching every single lightweight, every single minute of every single one of their fights in the UFC. And Tony Ferguson was at the top of the division, at that time when he was kind of going through right off the end of that 12-fight win streak. Still a guy who was looked at as one of the top lightweights in the world, and a lot of people's eyes could have beat Khabib. Tony Ferguson was the first name on our list that we wanted to fight when we came over to the UFC. He turned down the fight and then offered to fight me like a month after Fight Island. I just wasn't ready. I'm away from my family. I needed to go spend time with them, date my wife, and serve my child. And now here we are a year and a half later, and it happens. Tony Ferguson has been the guy I've wanted to fight since the very beginning. Now we get to do it on Saturday night.
Yeah, and I think we're all looking forward to it. You're always extraordinarily open and honest with us and the media and the fans. And so I'm just curious for your honest assessment. Where do you think Tony is at this point in his career?
I don't know. He's probably in the hotel somewhere over here. No, I think, where is he? He's, the thing about Tony Ferguson is you can talk about he's lost a step. You can talk about maybe he's lost athleticism or power because of age or whatnot. Yes, he's fallen on some hard times with a couple losses, but just as I said before, when you're fighting the toughest guys on the planet at 155 pounds, you're going to take losses. The thing that makes Tony scary, the reason he is the boogeyman in El Kukui, is he's so unorthodox and so unpredictable. Not a man alive can emulate Tony Ferguson in my training. There's nobody at Sanford MMA, which I highly regard as the greatest gym on the planet with the greatest coaches. They really can't 100% prepare me for Tony Ferguson because you don't know what you're going to get. What we saw last fight was not what we saw the fight before, and it will not be what we see on Saturday night. It's a crapshoot, and that's why everybody's going to be on the edge of their seat. And might I dare to say that we're going to steal the show again.
Do you feel like this fight almost represents, in a way, his last chance to do this sort of title run and be in contention? In a way, does that make him more dangerous, right? You're getting someone who doesn't have much to lose.
I will say I do think he's probably going to be at his most dangerous because you back a guy up into a wall, he's going to come out swinging, especially a guy with a champion heart like Tony Ferguson. I don't think this is an end-all, be-all fail in its final type of scenario. I don't think we're talking about retirement for him after I beat him. I don't think we're talking, this is his last fight. I think Tony Ferguson, and in the sport of mixed martial arts, when you got a big of a name as a fan-friendly and a fan favorite as Tony Ferguson is, and has the following that he has, he's still a large piece of this promotion at the lightweight division. He's a guy who puts butts in seats, and a guy that people want to watch fight. So he's got a career as long as he wants to have it. He will lose on Saturday night, in my opinion, but we'll see what happens after that for him.
Well, last thing from me, I mean, you were talking about how hard it is to prepare for a guy like him. You can't get anybody to replicate his style in training. Is there anyone you can compare him to throughout your own resume, like a fighter you fought who you think may be somewhat similar, or anything you can sort of reach to with that?
No, I really don't. I mean, obviously everybody's got 2 arms and 2 legs, and we're talking about boxing, kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, and grappling. And so, of course, there's different similarities here and there, but I think when you add in the wrinkle that Tony Ferguson doesn't get tired, he doesn't get finished, he keeps on coming. That's a scary fight. He's got elbows that'll cut you up. He throws them from everywhere. He keeps fighting off of his back when he does get taken down. I can't think of anybody that can emulate Tony Ferguson, because nobody can. He's a puzzle to solve, and we're going to try to solve it on Saturday night.
Michael? Justin was in here a minute ago, and he said that his fight with you wasn't a war. Are you kind of surprised that he describes it like that?
Yeah, listen, I like Justin Gaethje, but I gotta call him out on some of the things that he said. Number 1, he said it was boring. Number 2, he said it wasn't a close fight. And number 3, he said it was the first time that he fought somebody to win instead of fought somebody to hurt him. Now, that to me is very telling. It's very indicative of a guy who met his match, a guy who stood across the cage from somebody who he was afraid for the first time in his life a little bit to engage with, because he knew he met a guy as crazy as he was. All of those things are very telling to me that he wasn't where he wanted to be mentally, because I put him in a place where he didn't want to be mentally. I love you, Justin. I respect the heck out of you as a competitor. I want to share the octagon with you for the title by the end of the year after this fight, if you win. But it was definitely a lot closer than he thinks it was.
Outside of fighting, you're getting a bit of reputation as a motivational speaker. I saw earlier this week how to truly order a cup of coffee. Yep. I'm curious what you think of that reputation. Feel free to answer it in a motivational speaker.
No, I don't take myself too seriously, man. I don't. I have fun with this. I love these opportunities because people get to see it. People get to see what we're saying, or hear what we're saying, and see what we're doing, and they get to feel something. So I like to use my platform to speak on my experience, to convey a message and tell a story. And I like to have fun on social media. I love that people have fun with it. The Michael Chandler motivational stuff on all the YouTube comments is actually pretty hilarious. But it's also, I think, somewhat of a compliment. I think it hits home for a lot of people, and then a lot of people make fun of it. But people will always criticize things that they don't understand and things that they are intimidated by.
What's your favorite motivational quote?
Favorite motivational quote is Steve Prefontaine: "To give anything less than your best is to sacrifice the gifts." Oh man, it was to go get him, and since then I spent a couple of days in a hospital, a couple of days in a hotel room, and then I've been down in Florida training. So I've been, FaceTiming my wife as she is going through the toils of taking care of a newborn. So I feel like I haven't even been there yet. Number 1, to serve my wife and be there to help her. Number 2, to serve my oldest son, Hap, who is now going to be, not an only child anymore. So I got a lot of catching up to do. As soon as I get my hand raised on Saturday night, I got to get home and be a father to 2 baby boys and serve and love my wife, who's been taking care of our household. But it's amazing. I love my family. I love the gift of adoption. I love my son Hap. I love my new son Ace, and I can't wait for the future to raise these 2 young men into high-functioning members of society.
Is a father of 2 Michael Chandler going to be more dangerous than father of 1 Michael Chandler?
I think maybe more next fight, once I actually fall in love with my new son and take on that fatherly role, and not that I haven't yet. That might sound bad, but I haven't been able to take myself out of fighter Michael and put myself into father Michael quite yet, a father or two yet. So it's all happened so fast. You know, you want to make God laugh. You tell him your plans, and he's gonna supersede your expectations and change your plans every single time. It was precarious timing for him to be born 2-3 weeks before my fight, but I'm dangerous no matter what, man. Y'all have seen me perform. I like to go out there and bite down my mouthpiece and have a good time. And I definitely got another why, a little extra wrinkle in my game, a little bit of extra love in my heart.
Michael, right here. Looking at your Justin Gaethje fight, in the countdown, it said you kind of like fell into it, like the crowd was kind of erupting and you got into that war. Against Tony Ferguson, it doesn't seem like it matters who he fights. They're going to get booed regardless because Tony Ferguson is such a fan favorite. Have you had to do anything in camp to prepare or just get your mind so you don't fall into that trap of the fans around you?
No, I haven't, but I will say that. I mean, I remember how big of a support and it's the fact that it's Arizona. Obviously, there's going to be a Mexican heritage
Cinco de
contingent.
Mayo, too.
Cinco de Mayo, so turns out I'm going into enemy territory. I didn't even realize that till just now. Thanks for bringing it up. No, but I just competition to me, hand-to-hand combat is the same, whether it's in front of a couple hundred people at the Hearn Center back in Missouri or at these sold-out arenas. I'm going to go out there and do what I do best.
I know you said you hope to fight Justin for the title by the end of the year. Is that your official pick for the main event? You think Justin is going to win?
I had to be a betting man and put money on it. I would say Justin Gaethje gets the slight edge just because he can push for so hard for 25 minutes. We know he's going to be able to do that. So that would be my official pick. And, yeah, I think there's no MMA fan on the planet that doesn't want to watch me fight Justin Gaethje by the end of the year for the title.
Hey, Michael, over here. You've been speaking a lot about Tony's erratic striking patterns, and you've said multiple times how no training partner could exactly emulate what he brings to the table. So how do you possibly prepare for someone as unpredictable as Tony Ferguson is?
It's a good question, and I answer it how I always answer everything. When most people ask about opponents and film study and how much time is allotted towards my own increasing of my skills and how much focused on the opponent, I always focus 80 to 90% on myself. How does Michael Chandler become a better athlete, a more dangerous striker, a more dangerous grappler, in shape, strong, fast, athletic? How do I use my attributes to fight anybody and beat anybody on the planet? And then that last 10, 20%, focus on small little habits and tendencies and idiosyncrasies of the opponent. We've watched Tony's tape. It's impressive in so many different ways. And as you said, it's erratic and it's unpredictable. So that's kind of the fun thing about this fight. Expect the unexpected and go out there and just be comfortable not knowing what is coming next. Be comfortable and have no expectations of how the fight is going to play out. Go out there and have fun and be confident in my skill set, and I get my hand raised.
And lastly, going off what you just said, you often speak about setting yourself apart from the rest in regards to your training regimen or other lightweights in the division. So what are some things you do on a daily basis that differentiate you from the pack?
Man, I think I've trained on the East Coast, West Coast, and everywhere in between. And I'm telling you right now, nobody lives the lifestyle that I live. And I'm 36 years old, and I'm competing at an extremely high level because of it. Why has my body lasted so long? It's great supplementation. It's great sleep. It's taking care of my body and treating myself like a professional athlete. And then inside of the training sessions, going harder than everyone else, doing the extra stuff. And then taking care of my body through body work and myofascial release on my roller every single day. The body will perform and last so much longer than we give it credit for if you give it the right tools and you give it the right love that it deserves. So I just go harder than everyone else. My standard for hard work is much higher than anybody else that has sat in this chair, and I will put that on everything. So that's what I've done, and I don't like to get out of shape, so I stay in shape, and that's why it's lasted so long.
Got one here in the back, left. Michael, your run so far here in the UFC has been ultra exciting. Have the fights and your time with the organization lived up to the expectations you had when you signed?
It's exceeded my expectations. I think when you're outside the UFC, you have this view of what it might be to be over there in the UFC, and it has exceeded my expectations. The bright lights, the platform, the ability to have a voice and a platform is what I've always wanted. I've always felt like I was underutilized and underappreciated for the amount of work that I put in and the amount of skill that I had. You know, going back to that gentleman's question, I've treated this training camp and every other training camp in my entire life like it was the most important training camp of my life. I fought some very subpar fighters compared to my abilities, and I always trained as if I was fighting the #1 guy in the world. So to not get the recognition for that was hard at times, knowing I was underappreciated, and that's why I spend as much time as I can on this microphone and spend as much time as I can in front of these cameras, because I'm making up for lost time, and I love my life and I love my job.
We knew you as a long time as the face of Bellator. Do you feel now at home as a UFC fighter?
Well, I am Dana's favorite fighter. So no, I do, you know, and I think there's always martial arts fans are amazing fans, but they are very rigid at times. And I was a nobody who had to come in and prove myself. And here we are 16 months into it, and I've asked for the hardest fights and the biggest names in the sport. Not many guys want to go out there and fight Justin Gaethje for a second time. Not many guys want to go out there and call out Conor McGregor, not because of the money, not because of the red paint, not because they want the legacy fight and the stage and the significance of that fight. I want all the smoke. I want all the big fights. I want all the big names. I want all the big stages. And that's what the UFC can give you that other organizations cannot. I'm right at home, and I'm 100% a UFC fighter, and people are starting to accept that.
And you previously had also said you were here for a good time, not for a long time. Are you seeing more and more options, so it may be extending the period of time you may be here?
Yeah, I always said that too, because I wanted people to know I ain't no spring chicken. I didn't come into this organization as a 24-year-old. I came into this organization as a 34-year-old seasoned veteran, and here I am celebrating my 36th birthday a couple weeks ago, and I still feel great. I still got some huge fights on my horizon. I do believe I will.
He became very emotional talking about the prospect of fighting
for a title. Those things can get, I don't want to think about it too much because I got a job to do, and I just want to get my hand raised. I want to join him 5 years ago, and I looked into his eyes and told him that I was going to love him and serve him and take care of him. And this sport that I love takes me away from him at times, but he will know that every man has to work. And for him to sit there in the front row and to be able to see what Daddy does for work, I think that's going to be really cool. So I'm excited about it, and try not to think about it too much. So thanks for bringing it up.
Thank you, Mike.
Michael, just one here to your left. Close it out. I know you said in the past 2 fights that you zigged when you should have zagged, and that's kind of the difference between winning and losing. Is there anything you can do going into this fight to clean that up? I know it's chaotic in there. I know decisions happen in a split second, but is that something you've thought about that you can change, or is it something that just kind of happens?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why we love this sport, man. Every single fight is different, and every single moment could be catastrophic for yourself or your opponent. And that's why we love the sport. I am confident in my skill set. I'm confident where I am exactly right now. I'm confident in some of the things that I've cleaned up from previous performances. I am confident where my head is at and where my heart is at and where I'm at physically. So not a lot I can do besides just be me. The good thing is I know I have the no-quit gene in me. I have the warrior gene inside of me. We all saw it last fight. We've seen it in numerous fights. It's something you can't teach. You can't. If I have to pull out that dog inside me, I will. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.